Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Can the brothers move forward so we can leave room for the sisters? The sisters will not come in right now. Wait, please, until we update you guys. But for the brothers in the lobby and in the masjid, can you guys move to the front? Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, brothers in the lobby, if you guys can come inside, and for the brothers in the masjid, if you guys can move a little bit because we definitely have a big crowd today. So, if there are spots, empty spots, and you can fill them up, that would be amazing, inshallah. It's better if you face the Qibla, so, and the sisters can come up within 2 minutes, if that's okay. And another thing is this event, inshallah, will be live, and we have sent the link for the live on WhatsApp. So if you want to share it with your family or with your friends, feel free to do that. Inshallah, when you came in, there was a registration table where you can get a ticket to win some awards at the end. And inshallah, we will be starting soon. Jazakumullah khair. So inshallah, we'll be starting with some Quran recitation by Brother Abdullah Ramadan. Come in. The sisters can come up, and the brothers in the lobby, if you guys can come in, please. And the sisters, you guys can come up to the main hall. Thank you. Can you guys come to the front of the prayer hall so that the sisters can? But it would be great if you guys can pray at the front. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. أياما معدودات، فمن كان منكم مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر، وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية طعام مسكين، فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له، وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان، فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصمه، ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر، يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون. وإذا سألك عبادي عني فإني قريب أجيب دعوة الداع إذا دعان، فليستجيبوا لي وليؤمنوا بي لعلهم يرشدون.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Abdullah Ramadan. So today, inshallah, we have 5 speakers who will be speaking, and the length is 4 hours, inshallah. There will be food at the end, so stay tuned. I think it's burgers, so that's good. And our first speaker would be Brother Sami Rahman, and he will be speaking about students Ramadan. And Brother Hamza will be introducing him.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Brother Sami Rahman is currently studying in the second year in University of Saskatchewan, pursuing his degree in political science, with inshallah hopes of going into law after. May Allah make it easy for him. Ameen. Brother Sami also has completed 1 year in Islamic studies at the I3 Institute and has partaken in Khatib training. He's currently pursuing in studies in Arabic and completing Ijazah in Quran. Brother Sami is a part-time Quran teacher as well, who has delivered multiple khutbahs and leads weekly halaqas at the masjid speaking on issues for the Muslims living in the West. So with that being said, I'll say, Brother Sami, please come up to the stage, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. How's everyone doing? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salamu ala rasulihil kareem wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Jazakumullahu khairan to the MCs for a very generous introduction. اللهم اجعلني خيرا مما يظنون واغفر لي ما لا يعلمون ولا تؤاخذني بما يقولون. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make me better than what you guys think of me, and to forgive me for the things you do not know of me, and to not take me to account for what you say about me. And today, inshallah, the topic is, or the golden question is, how do I maintain student productivity in Ramadan? Now, with a show of hands, how many people here are in university? How about high school? طيب. So, majority of your students in high school or university, which is good. This topic is mostly catered to you. But inshallah, the ones 8th grade and below, you can also benefit from this. Now, first, we want to target this question from a psychological perspective, because a lot of this is an internal struggle, right? You think you're not able to do it in Ramadan. It's very tough. You're not eating food, drinking water. But wallahi, from my own personal experience and from the discussions I've had with other people, and also research-based, this is research-based, it's easier to maintain student productivity in Ramadan than it is outside of Ramadan. Ramadan is like a cheat code. How many people here feel like you activate superpowers in Ramadan? It's like you're off of 4 hours of sleep, but you're fine. You're usually doing better, right? So the first thing is basically, right, they say your greatest obstacle is yourself. So you literally have to convince yourself first and foremost. But convince yourself of what? Well, first you need to understand that the human being is goal-driven, right? You do things to fulfill an objective or a purpose. You have a goal in mind that you're working towards. You have a purpose that you're trying to fulfill. And again, a lot of what I'm sharing with you today is research-based, it's evidence-based. It's not just from my own abstract thinking. And there was a book written on this called Psycho-Cybernetics. It's a book by Maxwell Waltz. And he basically outlined how the human being is goal-driven. You want success. You want to be productive because you want to get things done. And you want to get things done because you want to be something. You want to be successful, right? Well, success begins with having a goal in the mind. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He affirms this. He approves of this when He said, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. That the human beings have a purpose. I didn't create jinnkind or the mankind except for the purpose that they may give their ibadah to me. What is ibadah? Quickly, somebody. It's not worship. Worship is the wrong answer. Worship is a very modernist and secularist answer. It doesn't encompass all of ibadah. Ibadah means to give full and complete obedience and submission. That is your only goal or only purpose in life. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is demanding this from you. So everything you do in life, whatever you're studying in life, has to be in accordance with this purpose. And this is a tough pill for most of us to swallow. But if whatever you're studying in school, whatever you're doing in life, if it isn't helping you fulfill this purpose, fulfill this goal, drop it. If I could request all the brothers to move up, inshallah, as much as you can so the sisters can be comfortable in the back. You want to develop the know-how. You want to have the knowledge of how to be successful, how to get things done. Give your ibadah to Allah. Give your full and complete submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Do everything for the sake of Allah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, He gives an easy, simple tip, a practical tip. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ اللَّهِ. Fear Allah and Allah will teach you. Allah will take care of the know-how. Allah will give it to you. طيب, now we move on to the practical steps. Now we have this goal drilled down in our minds that everything we're doing in life is solely for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And now as for the practical steps, what you want to do, whether in Ramadan or not, you want to manage your time. Time management is extremely, extremely important. They say if you fail to plan, then you are planning to fail. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. So scheduling and organizing your tasks is very, very, very important. Sit down, go home today, sit down and outline a schedule. From this time I will do this, from that time I will do this. Number 2 is the issue of procrastination. All of us procrastinate. It's huge, right? It's very common. And procrastination, it stems from a place of fear. You're fearful of the big tasks that are coming up. Let's say you have a big exam coming up, or you have a big essay or a big project due in 2 weeks, right? That scares you. It threatens you. So what do? You put it off. And you say, oh, I'll get to it later. I'll get to it tomorrow. I'll get to it the day after. And that's what you do. You just keep putting it off. And then come 2-3 days before the exam or before the project, and that's when you're cramming it all in. And it just adds to the stress. So how do you fight that? You make the big tasks smaller. Now what do I mean by that? You make the big tasks smaller in the sense that every single day, do a little bit. Every single day, do a little bit. And you're doing a little bit. And these little bits, they start adding up. And then little do you know, you're basically done the project with like maybe 5-6 days remaining. Let's say you have an exam or you have an essay, 2,000-word essay, and you have to write, you have to cite 3 scholarly sources and then 2 secondary sources. This is university talk, but no, you have all this stuff to do, all this stuff to write, all this research to go through. Do a little bit every day. And you'll see after a week and a half, you basically have enough for a rough draft. You know, maybe you have your topic sentences lined out, you have your intro and your conclusion and your thesis and your sources all sorted out. And then now you can go to your prof and you can ask for feedback, so on and so forth. So you make the big tasks smaller. And the Prophet ﷺ says, الْكَيِّسُ مَنْ دَانَ نَفْسَهُ وَعَمِلَ لِمَا بَعْدَ الْمَوْتِ. That the wise person is one who holds himself accountable and performs good deeds to prepare for what comes after death. The Muslim is akhirah minded. You're thinking about the afterlife all the time. And you're preparing for it. You don't have time to procrastinate. You don't have time to cram it in. You're always constantly preparing. Always doing something every single day. And on the flip side, the Prophet ﷺ says, وَالْعَاجِزُ مَنْ أَتْبَعَ نَفْسَهُ هَوَاهَ وَتَمَنَّ عَلَى اللَّهِ. That on the flip side, the foolish person is one who gives into his desires and then seeks the help of Allah. Okay, كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. That the foolish person is basically one who procrastinates. Oh, I don't want to do it right now. I want to do it later. And you keep doing that. And then later on, you're like, okay, now Allah has to help me. You know, I don't know what to do. You know, it's the night before the exam. It's the night before the project. Allah has to help me now. You seek your help from Allah. You're a foolish person. That's the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam saying this. So don't waste your time. Do something every single day. Imam Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyya rahimahullah, he has a saying, ضِيَاعُ وَقْتِ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْمَوْتِ. That wasting time is worse than death. Why? Someone answer. Why is wasting time worse than death? Wasting time, which is basically procrastination and putting your tasks off, is worse than death. Why? Nobody? Because wasting time separates you from Allah, whereas death separates you from the dunya. You will be held to account for every single second you spend in this world. And the Prophet ﷺ says that there are two things that many people are deceived into losing. الصحة والفراغ. The free time, the good health and the free time. So take advantage of these things. Take advantage of your free time. Don't put things off. You never know when you're going to die. You're going to die, you're going to go to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and you're going to say, Ya Allah, you're going to be speechless basically. You're not going to know what to say because you didn't take advantage of your time. So do a little bit every single day. Now moving on, there are a couple of things that I do, and these are also research based. And they help me quite a bit. Number one is, and I won't be able to share everything also by the way. So this is a very short summary of some effective techniques. So there's something called the Pomodoro technique. Has anyone heard of it? Yes? The Pomodoro technique was designed by Francesco Cirillo, and he has a consulting firm and he works with the world's largest companies, so he knows what he's talking about. And he basically says how you want to organize your tasks in a way where you're doing it for 25 minutes straight. You're doing your task for 25 minutes, and then you take a 5-minute break, and then you're back at it for 25 minutes. And this has been proven effective by research, and also it teaches you discipline. It teaches you, okay, for 25 minutes, I'm doing this. But then once the 25 minutes is up, that's it. Khalas, it's over. Now it's into the 5 minutes. It's keeping you routined. It's keeping you in on a scheduled basis. And the second thing I will say is wake up early. The Prophet ﷺ made dua for the ummah so that we may have barakah in the early morning period. Allahumma barik li ummati fi bukuriha. That, Ya Allah, bless my nation in the early morning. So be morning people. Wake up early. Don't stay up late. Don't stay up late so that you may wake up early in the morning. And he also told him of a businessman who would send out his goods in the morning and his wealth grew because of it. Now, there's a common thing that people are afraid of here when it comes to waking up early, and it's missing out on sleep. And there's a lot of research that says you have to sleep 8 hours a day. If you don't, then you have like 200% chance, 200% increased risk of like cancer or some ridiculous things. Basically, my response is, if it was so intense, then why did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala advise against it in the Quran? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Muzammil, Ya ayyuhal muzammil, qumil layla illa qalila, nisfahu aw inqus minhu qalila. That stand all night in prayer, except a little. Or stand half of it, or a little less. أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا, or a little more. And you see, even if you see the corporate elites that run the world today, they all wake up early. They all sleep maybe 4 or 5 hours a day. And they're all waking up early. The goal is to wake up early. And a study even proved that waking up early before sunrise prolongs life, increases the activity of the cells, and improves humans' perceptions and mental abilities. So miss out on 2 hours of sleep and wake up early. Make the most of your time. And a tip that goes along with this is don't go to sleep after Fajr. After Fajr is when you have the barakah. The Prophet ﷺ made dua for the ummah in that period. So don't go to sleep right after Fajr. Make good use of that time. Maybe 1 hour during that time is better than 4 to 5 hours of you go on and off during the day or late at night. And replace that time of sleeping after Fajr by taking a nap during the day. And I know that is kind of hard for high schoolers to follow because you guys are on a more stricter time schedule, right? With school. University students is a little more flexible. Our classes are all over the place, all during the day. But try to nap during the day, get a power nap during the day, and then do your tasks in the morning. And distance yourself from this. Physically distance yourself from your phones, your screens, distractions. If you have a little brother or a little sister that likes to annoy you when you're studying, then find a nice and quiet place for you to study. Move your phones away from you. Whatever distracts you, move it away from you. Go to the library if you need. These are practical tips that you can start implementing as of like tomorrow. And another thing is, you know yourself. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, بَلِ الْإِنسَانُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ بَصِيرًا. The human being will be a witness against himself because he knows himself. That's what the tafsir of the ayah states. So don't overburden yourself. Don't do things that you know will be tough for you to take on, and but at the same time, you want to challenge yourself. So notice how I said overburdening yourself. I added over. Don't do things that you can't, you can't focus on, you can't finish, and then your attention is all divided, your efforts is all divided, you're not even really doing anything, you're just burdening yourself. But at the same time, you want to challenge yourself. And I know time is moving fast, so last thing I'll say is get used to the hunger in Ramadan by cutting down on the food now. And I know it's a little bit of a time crunch before Ramadan, but start implementing it right now. Cut down on the food. That way you'll think less about the food and water by the time Ramadan comes. And also, for that energy, right? You need energy for long periods during the day when you're not going to be eating. So eat healthy. Whatever you eat, don't eat junk. Eat healthy. And if you stay for Brother Abdul Azim's lecture, he's going to talk about this maybe. But you have to eat healthy. These are important practical tips. You'd be surprised at how much of an effect it has on you to eat healthy. طيب, so another point I'll share is something I said earlier on. And it's a neuroscientist who did research, and he found this. He found that even going without food for 16 hours increases your brain's natural growth factors, which support the survival and growth of your brain's neurons. And the neurons are what allow information to be transmitted between areas of the brain and the rest of the body's nervous system. So if your neurons are healthy and operating at full capacity, information will be transmitted faster and more clearly, meaning you will be more focused and be able to obtain and store information more easily, improving cognitive performance. So this goes to my first point, how Ramadan is literally a cheat code. It gives you superpowers where you're more focused, you're able to retain more information, so on and so forth. And those are pretty much the tips that I have summarized for you. And these are open for you to tweak, right? These are not like set in stone. You can tweak them. Everybody's different, right? Not everybody can study 25 minutes straight and then take a 5-minute break. Some people can go for 50 minutes and then take maybe a 10-minute break or something. I don't know. Everybody's different, so experiment. And it'll be tough. It's supposed to be tough. It's not supposed to be rainbows and sunshine, right? It's all tough. But that's the whole point. You're tested on your effort and not the quantity. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. That you're tested on the best of your deeds, not أَكْثَرُ عَمَلًا, not the most of your deeds. So whatever you do, put effort into it. Don't use Ramadan as an excuse to not do stuff. Oh, it's hard, and I have to, I have to fast from morning till night, and I have to go to Taraweeh, and it's, the Sahaba, they used to go to battles. They used to fight while fasting. You're telling me you can't read a book? And I'll close it off here with one last point. As you're putting in all this effort, remember that you're doing it solely and sincerely for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's only for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak, one of the greatest salaf, a mujahid fi sabilillah, a muhaddith. He was titled Amirul Mu'mineen fil Hadith by some scholars. He was an alim. During his time, the Muslimin, they were fighting the Romans. And he was on the battlefield. And the Roman general, he comes out. And he calls out the Muslims. And he's big in stature. And he's intimidating. And he's threatening. And he has a reputation for being bad. And he's challenging the Muslims. No one comes out. Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak, he puts his veil on his face. And he takes out his sword. And he goes out. And it's a quick 1-2. The general goes down. Another Roman comes out. Same thing, taken care of. Another one comes out. Same thing. And the Muslimin are going crazy. They're saying, who is this guy? He raised the flag of Islam. وَعَزَّ الْمُسْلِمِينَ وَذِلَّ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. Who is he? And one of the Muslims, he was following his movements. And he followed him into his tent after. And he ripped the veil off his face to see who it was. And Abdullah ibn Mubarak gets angry. And he's upset. And he says, even you, ya Aba Amr. Even you I couldn't stay safe from. Even you're trying to expose me to the world. He took that as an insult. Because he understood that my deeds and everything I do, my living and my death, is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So as you're putting in this effort, remember who you're doing it for. Remember you're doing it for Allah. وأقول قولي هذا وآخر الدعوانا أن الحمد لله. Any questions? Comments? Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. So try it out. طيب, any more comments or questions? وجزاكم الله خيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Jazakallah khair. Brother Sami, Jazakallah khair for the wonderful lecture. All right. Can I get the brothers to just move up? Because the sisters are getting crammed back there. Please, everybody. Just get in the middle and let's move up a little bit, please. Okay. While you guys are doing that, I'll say if there's any little kids or small children you want to send upstairs, there's actually activities and prizes for them up there. They'll probably enjoy that more rather than being here. And then, huh? Let's take the question. Yeah. Okay. Let's test you guys. Let's see who was actually listening to the lecture, and let's us ask you questions this time. Let's see who was listening. We have some chocolates here.
We do have the fancy ones as well. So you guys try your best, okay? If nobody answers, we will be picking on people. So, okay. So in the lecture, Brother Sami mentioned that there is research that prove the effectiveness of fasting for academic excellency. So can anyone give me an example of such research? Example. Guys, this way you will fail all your classes if you guys don't listen to the lecture. Nobody? All right. Yes, Brother Abdullah? Yes. Can you repeat? Yes, how fasting could help you and some research that proved certain points about studying. Ye- Yes, Jazakallah khair. Yes, thank you very much. Here. Come on, bro. Okay. Yes, almost. So, what else? There was, yes? MashaAllah, excellent point. What's your name? MashaAllah, Hamza. There you go. Yes, Jazakallah khair. All right, so there was something that sounds like tomato in Arabic. Technique, tomato technique. Yes? Pomodoro, can you explain it? Correct. 25 minutes of studying and then 5 minutes break. And usually this shows to be very effective. All right, so here's one for you. Oop. All right, so with that being said, we have two hard questions, so those worth two candies. The first one, Brother Sami said, if you don't, if you fail to plan, then you are, and then blank. Who can fill it up? One from the sisters, yes? Good job, yes. All right, this would be a little hard, but. Okay, I tried. All right, and the last one is, this is a verse in the Quran that Brother Simon mentioned in Arabic, which says, Ittaqullaha wa, who can complete it? Yes? Hassan, that's correct. What's your name? Good job, Abdurrahman. Okay, so here's Abdurrahman. Oop. Thank you.
That being said, we'll just move on to the next speaker here. And that would be Brother Daniel. Daniel Kuhlin. Kuhlin. Sorry. Kuhlin. Okay, my bad. Brother Daniel, before he's a part of NCCCM, and before joining NCCCM, Brother Daniel engaged in private law practice. He subsequently worked as legal counsel with the Department of Justice, and thereafter he worked at the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission. Brother Daniel has appeared before numerous administrations and all levels, of course, in Canada. He's a longtime member of the Islamic Association of Saskatchewan. He's a chairing media, communications, outreach committee. He's a past board member of the Steep Hill Food Cooperative, Saskatchewan Parkinson's Foundations, and the Saskatchewan Community Clinic, which is a non-profit organization. So can I get a round of applause for Brother Daniel? And there was.
Test. Okay. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, brothers and sisters. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. So, first of all, thank you very much to Brother Hassan, Imam Hassan, and Sister Nagar. First of all, for inviting me, and secondly, for coming to Saskatoon. They could have stayed in the comforts of Toronto and friends and family and everything they were used to, but they saw a need in Saskatoon, and alhamdulillah, they've come to Saskatoon. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward both of them for all their efforts, inshallah. So, I've been asked to speak a little bit about being a revert, because I was not born into a Muslim family, although, as we know, everyone is born a Muslim, everyone has the fitna, but because of how life goes sometimes we get distracted from the straight path. Are there any reverts in the room other than me? Brother Marco, assalamu alaikum, brother. Okay. So, I don't know, this may not be so interesting for those of you who aren't reverts, but I'll try to provide you some insights. First of all, it's an honor to be here. And alhamdulillah, all praise first is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord of the worlds. And where would we be without that guidance, each and every one of us? So, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge my late mother. I was raised mostly by my mother. My father was absent from home quite a bit for work and education. And although they were raised in a Christian household because that's what their parents knew, and that's how we as children were raised, my mother always emphasized praying to God. Not so much emphasis on Jesus, but praying to God, alhamdulillah. And may Allah have mercy on her. I've been a long-time resident of Saskatoon. My family moved here in 1964 when I was little, very little. I'm pretty old. And in the 1980s, I was a university student. I went to law school here at the University of Saskatchewan. And that met Muslims. I met, actually, our law school had an exchange program with the University of Khartoum in Sudan. And so we had students from Sudan come to do their graduate studies at the law school. Most of them were doing masters. I think one was doing PhD, but most of them were master students. And that's the first time I met Muslims. And they were totally different from the Muslims that were portrayed in popular media. A very different experience for me. And alhamdulillah, I was open-minded enough to be able to get to know some of these brothers and sisters, and it was through their influence that I first got to appreciate Muslims not as a caricature on television, but as human beings. So at that time in Saskatoon, there were very few Muslims. Outside of international students on campus, there were maybe, I would say, 30 families in Saskatoon, Muslim families, very small. The first mosque in Saskatoon, the building's still standing, but it's an old building. It's on the 100 block of 25th Street West, just one block west of Idlewild. It had been a church, and in 1978, the Islamic Association purchased it and converted it into the first mosque in Saskatoon. It was a very old building, nothing as grand as this one. It was very humble. We would get water in the basement in the springtime because the foundation wasn't good, all kinds of problems. But at that time, because I had met some Muslim students and I had come to get to know a few Muslims on campus, I was also given a Quran, alhamdulillah. And it was a translation by Yusuf Ali. Some of you may be familiar with it. And it was very useful for me as a non-Arabic speaking person and someone who cannot read Arabic. Was really helpful to have this translation together with the commentary because it put many of the verses into context. If you don't know the history, if you're not familiar with some of those things, you might not understand, well, why was this ayah revealed in this way at that time? And so the commentary was very helpful for me. At that time, I realized when I read the Quran, because I was well versed in the Bible, many of the stories in the Quran were familiar. Musa, Noah, Ibrahim, Isa, peace be upon them all. And it was time and time again, Allah tells us that throughout time, the messengers have come to each people to deliver the message. And what was the message? La ilaha illallah. One God, only one God. And because I saw the similarity between that message in the Quran and what had been revealed to the previous messengers who I was aware of as having read the Bible, all of a sudden the story of the Quran was much more closer to my heart than I thought it would be. And alhamdulillah, as I came to study a bit more, I found that I was actually already in some respects living like a Muslim. So for example, I didn't use alcohol or intoxicants. So not using alcohol or intoxicants wasn't a big deal. I already believed in God from my mother's instruction. So believing in Allah was not a big stretch. I already realized the importance of helping to care for those less fortunate, giving to the poor and the needy. So zakat wasn't a big obligation. It wasn't a big obligation, of course, but it wasn't something that I found extraordinary. The one thing that stumped me, though, was Ramadan, because it was never in my experience before that. And you might not be able to tell, but I love to eat. Yeah. Oh, samosas, basbousa, you name it. Biryani, oh my goodness. Palau, yeah. I'm going to stop because I'm making myself hungry. So I would say what happened before 1990, I would describe myself as a submarine. You know what a submarine is? It goes under the water. You can't really see it, right? So that's sort of how I was in the community. I was like a Muslim because I was observing prayer, I was believing in God, I was giving in charity. I even tried to fast Ramadan before I was a Muslim, so I was trying, but nobody could really tell because I was sort of under the water, right? And there weren't many Muslims in Saskatoon, and being a white guy, nobody would think I was a Muslim, and, you know. And so I was quite comfortable being that way. It seems odd when I think of it now, but at that time, given my development, I was quite comfortable in that way. And then something happened. So since I was a little boy, a young boy, I had two dreams of traveling in my life. One was to travel to China, which is interesting given the hadith of the Prophet that those who wish to have knowledge should be able to travel as far as to China if necessary. And the second place I wanted to travel to, for reasons I wasn't really sure, but always had been a longing for me, was to go to India. Interesting. So in 1988, I managed to travel to China. And in 1990, I managed to travel to India. Allah made it possible for me. Now, this is an important point, and my brother brought it up earlier during his important presentation. Does anybody here not understand that we will die? Does anybody here have any doubt about the reality of our mortality? We all know it, right? Okay. We all have an understanding we're going to die. Okay, I'm going to ask the question in a slightly different way. Who here knows that they will die? Yeah. And that's a really important distinction, because we can understand conceptually certain things, and despite having that concept in our mind, we can just sort of carry on as we do. But once that understanding moves from an intellectual understanding to a heartfelt knowing, that changes things. So Allah is most gracious, most merciful, and He's made my life so easy, alhamdulillah. But one thing Allah realized is that I was being a submarine. So when I went to India, I ended up quite innocently in a situation beyond my control. And I wasn't an arrogant person, but I was quite confident as a traveler. I mean, I was a young, healthy, white male. I had, I had some experience traveling, having been in China. I wasn't cocky, but I was confident as a traveler. And I ended up in a situation quite innocently in Delhi, actually, in Delhi, India, where I'm not even quite sure how it happened, but it became very clear to me that my life might come to an end. In that moment, I had to face my mortality. And to put it in context, I was in a land of 870 million people at that time. I knew no one. My family and my friends didn't know where I was. They knew I was in India, but they didn't know where I was. The internet was just becoming a thing. Cell phones were the size of a shoebox, and I didn't have a cell phone. And even if I did at that time, India had no infrastructure for cell phones. There were no towers. Everything was hardline cable or analog. There was no electronic communication. So I found myself in a situation where I'm by myself. I'm in a situation of extreme danger, and my life is flashing before my eyes. And I realized in that moment, I realized my utter dependence on God, on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because there was nothing I could do in that moment. And I realized that my life might come to an end. My mother would never see me again. My family would never see me again. My body could be dumped somewhere in a canal or an alleyway. That would be it. And that's when my understanding of mortality changed to my knowing of mortality. And that changed everything for me. It made things very clear. It made me very aware of how precious and how temporary and how short this existence is. So alhamdulillah, I was able to come back to Canada, to Saskatoon. And about a month later, in the first week of October 1990, I stated, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. Allahu Akbar. I swear, but for the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I don't think I would be here. So look how gracious and merciful Allah was. He took this submarine who was quite comfortable being a submarine and had reality slap me up the side of the head to wake me up that life is short. And it doesn't matter how privileged we are, how confident we are, how blessed we are, we're not self-sufficient. We are totally at the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every revert has their own story. And in a nutshell, I mean, there's more to it, but in a nutshell, that's my story. So, what happened after taking the Shahada and Allah waking me up, I started to see that there are important things that we can do in our life. And first of all, I think especially for reverts, but for all of us who are Muslims, it's important for us to remember that Allah does not place a burden on us that we cannot bear. Right? And secondly, that whenever we think that Allah is distant from us, that He doesn't hear or see us, He reminds us in the Quran that He is closer to each of us than our jugular veins. He knows us. He crafted us. He hears us. He sees us. So being aware of those things helps us and helps me bear in mind the importance of that relationship. And as a young Muslim and as I was trying to progress in my life, I found that one of the things that was really important was to reflect on Tawheed, the oneness of Allah. the importance of that oneness and how it informs everything in the universe. And secondly, for all Muslims, but especially for reverts, it's important to understand that Allah has chosen us. He has blessed us. We are good enough, despite our failings, despite our shortcomings. At the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, there were many, many Muslims who had shortcomings. We know about this history. The point was, did they believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And did they believe that the messenger, peace be upon him, was the messenger of Allah? And if we have those two things, then we are good enough to be a Muslim. And then we're also good enough to improve, inshallah. The other thing that I found really helpful as a young Muslim, and especially now with Ramadan almost upon us, was to embrace and engage salah and reading of Quran. Even if you can't read it in Arabic, read a good translation. I can't express enough how different my life became when I embraced 5 daily prayers. Because when I started, I wasn't praying 5 daily prayers. And I think for many reverts, it's difficult to do. It certainly was for me. Maybe for some it's not, but for me it was difficult. But the day I committed to praying 5 daily prayers, it changed very many things. My entire orientation became more aware of the importance of Allah in my life and the importance of salah. The next thing that I think is really important, and it stems from having the 5 daily prayers, is we are able to better engage with taqwa, with the awareness, the consciousness of Allah in our life. And even when we're not in the prayer, between the prayers, we remember, oh yes, Allah has blessed me in this way, or Allah has challenged me in this way, or Allah has showed me something, or prevented something. The time of Ramadan, alhamdulillah, was a hard time for me, especially the first one. Before I became a Muslim, I actually tried to fast Ramadan. I was doing it all wrong. I was making all kinds of mistakes. It was so, if I think back from it now, it's actually sort of funny, but alhamdulillah. But actually, once I started to appreciate the beauty of Ramadan, I started to realize that even things that Allah asks us to do that we think is hard, if we see it as a possibility, an opportunity, as opposed to a demand, then it becomes clear that Allah is just giving us another opportunity to be close to Him, to draw closer to Him. Whether it's Saum, whether it's Zakat, whether it's Salah. All these things, just another opportunity to draw closer. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So as we try to, during this month of Ramadan, draw closer to Allah, when there are times that are difficult, as the previous brother mentioned, we need to just remember, just reflect for a moment that even these difficulties, they're precious opportunities, they're precious gifts from Allah, another invitation to draw closer, inshallah. The last thing I want to perhaps comment on is this issue of doubt, and doubting ourselves in this community. As I said, when I first became a Muslim, there were maybe 30 families in Saskatoon, Muslim families. If we had 40 people at Jummah prayer on Friday, that was a lot. That was a lot of people. If we had 150 people come for Eid prayer, we would go, where did all these Muslims come from? 150 Muslims, mashallah. And now Eid prayer, we have more than 10,000. So don't doubt. As Muslims, especially as reverts, it's important for us to remember not to doubt ourselves as Muslims. We're not perfect, no, of course. But we can strive to be a bridge. There's great thirst in this community. Many non-Muslims, they are so lost. They are so distressed. They are so in the hands of distraction and self-destruction. We as revert Muslims, we have a really important role to play, inshallah, where we can be a bridge between those who still live in a state of ignorance and know nothing about Islam and have an opportunity to learn about Islam, because all of a sudden there's this white guy or this white girl and they find out, what, you're a Muslim? How can you be a Muslim? How is it possible? And that opens the door. As soon as they ask the question, that opens the door, alhamdulillah. And step by step, we can deliver the message. But it's important to remember that none of us are responsible for converting others. Even in the time of our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, he had family members who did not convert to Islam. Astaghfirullah. But that's how it was. So none of us as Muslims are responsible to convert anybody else, but we are responsible, inshallah, to convey the message accurately and with dignity and with sincerity, and not do anything, at least to the best of our ability in our words or our conduct, which would push somebody further away from Allah and His deen. We want to try to open the door to say, yes, it's possible. You can become a Muslim. It's not hard. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. That's all you need with a sincere heart. And then everything becomes possible. Inshallah. So don't doubt. Shaitan loves to plant seeds of doubt, whether it's through our electronic distractions or the media or sports or whatever. Not that those things are all haram or bad. They're not. They have their place, but we have to prioritize. And our first place has to be to make sure we're clear in our deen, and then that we convey the message to the best of our ability, inshallah. So I want to thank everyone for listening so nicely. It's very much appreciated. Very honor for me to be here. For those high school students that were on the Know Your Rights call last Tuesday evening that we did with Imam Hassan and Sister Nagar, the NCCM has put together a booklet of these at the entranceway. Please feel free to pick up a copy. And if there's not enough to go around, there's no copyright on this, and you can distribute it to your friends and your... Here for listening so kindly, and I wish everyone a blessed in Ramadan, inshallah. And Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Daniel. Amazing lecture, yeah. Okay. Before moving on, again, we're just going to do a quick Q&A. Let's do like 5 questions. Let's see who can get the most candies here, right? See who was actually listening to the lecture. So Brother Daniel mentioned something about the message of all prophets. What was the message of all the prophets? Who can tell me? You raise your hand so fast. Yeah. La ilaha illallah. Yeah. Tawheed, that's it. Yeah. Guys, ready? Let's see. Since this is a pre-Ramadan conference, let me ask you a question about Ramadan. What is so special about Ramadan? What is the Ramadan known for? You raise your hand first. Abu Bakr? Huh? Quran. Quran is the right answer. Quran was revealed. So, there you go. Let's see. In Arabic, the root word for Ramadan, or Ramadan, Ramad, or Ramida, what does it mean? The root word. scorching heat. That's what it is. Really strong heat. There you go. Catch. The sisters don't want anything to answer. Let's see. What is cited to signal the end of Ramadan? Should you raise your hand first? The Hilal? Here. So the crescent moon, right? Yeah? Oh, yeah. Okay, I think we'll end it there for the question and answers. Do you wanna? Okay, so.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So again, if you guys can, if the men can move a little bit to the front, that would be great, especially if there are spots. If there are children's, there are activities for kids upstairs. They will have more fun upstairs if you wanna send your child, and there are volunteers to make sure everything is good. So for our yes, so again, a reminder that we have a live going on and on YouTube, and you can see the link for the YouTube channel on the WhatsApp group chat if you want to share it with anyone, and if you want to subscribe for our YouTube channel.
And there's a bazaar downstairs. There's the Ramadan stuff.
Yes, there are a couple more announcements. So there is a bazaar downstairs for Islamic products and Ramadan products if you want to check them up.
Why is that? I don't know.
All right. So for our next speaker, inshallah, it will be Imam Hassan, and he will be speaking about spiritual implications of filling the stomach. So Imam Hassan Abdurrahman is the current Imam of this masjid. He completed his hifth and has studied Fiqh and Arabic under various teachers. He has participated in national and international Quran competitions in Malaysia and Turkey, and has also served as the judge for many Quran competitions across Canada. He has been teaching and giving khutbahs for the last 10 years in Toronto across various masjids, madrasas, and in the MSA. So he also serves as the instructor at the I3 Institute. Currently, he is pursuing a degree in Sharia and multiple ijazas in the 10 qira'ats. He also is working on Shafi'i, Fiqh, and Hadith studies from Al-Izz Academy and Mishka University, and also is finishing up a civil engineering advanced diploma. So, Jazakallah khair. Sheikh Imam Hassan, is he here? I think he went downstairs, so if we give him 2 minutes. Yes, 100%. So while we wait for Imam Hassan, Brother Marco have an announcement for us. So, Brother Marco, Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Is it working? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Okay. Is it working? Okay. Since me giving a talk wasn't on the itinerary, I'll just be quick and leave my conversion story for another day. But I will use this opportunity of having Brother Daniel here giving a speech to make a small announcement for something special that we have here coming for reverts in Saskatoon, and that is a revert care program. Revert care program that will be convert focused or revert focused. Will be consisted of we'll have programs like weekly meetups, weekly classes, monthly meetups, Ramadan iftars, and Eid gatherings. Yeah, so a little bit about how we came to an idea. The original idea was initiated by the iFree Institute, and they were running it, this operation smoothly in Ontario. And we are just trying to branch out and create something similar here in Saskatoon for converts. Given that the country I'm coming from is like I was a Muslim for 10 years, and I've been able to meet around 50 converts in my country for 10 years, and all the attempts for us having to have a social media, like a WhatsApp group or something like that to collectivize. It wasn't really. It was working, but it was really hard to maintain. But as long as I know what I heard, like there is at least 50 converts only in this city, so yeah, it will be much easier for us, I think, if we all join forces, and we definitely have a need for this because, of course, not all of us, but most of us have, after we convert, we have certain issues with our families, and we do suffer from loneliness from time to time, and being not been having our not having like every born Muslim not having like a close family members who we can share our deep our problems with when it comes to faith. I think this will be a great project. The QR code, if you know for any revert, please give them this message. There will be a QR code at the registration table for any revert who is here that he can register. You can also take. We will also make an image from it, and then we'll share it in the Saskatoon Dawah Center community group.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Come on, you guys are sleeping. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Okay, now you're drowsing. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Okay, now you're almost awake. I'm just checking. طيب, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Is the echo on or something? Turn off the echo maybe. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على رسوله الكريم نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وبعد. Jazakallah khair for coming. We have a long day ahead of us. This program is going to go all the way until Maghrib, so I hope you guys are ready to fast until Maghrib, right? No? You want food? But this lecture is supposed to be anti-food or something, no? It's very interesting because in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave the exact same command to the messengers. Messengers are higher than prophets, yeah? And the exact same command that was given to the messengers was given to the laymen. Same command. Like you would think if they're messengers, they would get like a big responsibility or something, right? But they were given the exact same command. Can anyone tell me what it is? Yes. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. That's a good guess. They were given the message of Tawheed. This is more direct in the Quran. Yes. Islam, okay, I like that, I like that, I like that. To fast, what's your dalil, akhi? كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم مش رسل. من قبلكم is من قبلكم, anybody before you. Okay, include them. Okay, fair enough. Fasting, okay, same command was given to them, yes. Zakah and Salah.
I mean, these are not wrong answers. Everybody was sent with Tawheed and to establish the obedience of Allah and stuff. There's direct in ayah. O people, do this. O messengers, do this. Same command. Yes, to the back. Da'wah, what's your dalil? Allah, yes. Yes. Bilal, turn on the echo maybe. This echo is a little bit. Obey me, ati'u Allah. Okay, what's your dalil? What I'm talking about? No, don't go. Stay. Listen to the lecture. It's important. Yes. Okay. Ya ayyuhan nasu u'budu rabbakum. O humankind, do ibadah of Allah. Okay, where's the messengers here? How much time do I have? I have 21 minutes. I'll tell you the ayah. Everyone give up? One, yes. Allahu Akbar. Can we give him a chocolate? Give him 3 chocolates. The ayah is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, oh, mashallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, يا أيها الناس كلوا مما في الأرض حلالا طيبا. It has to do with eating. First thing he said, eat halal and tayyib. Tayyib word came up. Tayyib? Tayyib? Say tayyib. Ayywa. Thank you. Come on, you guys are not engaging. When I say tayyib, you say tayyib. Allah said tayyib, so you all tayyib. You all tayyib? Ayywa. Okay. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to the messengers. First one was for humanity. Ya ayyuhan nas, kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiba. The next one, Ya ayyuhar rusulu, kulu min at-tayyibati wa'amalu saliha. Eat from the tayyib. Exact same command to the best of human beings and the not so best of human beings. Why? That's the question I'm going to answer today, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. If you have the answer, you can come give the lecture for sure. Why? Anyone? Just give some ideas. Why? Why do you think? It's a good question, no? Yes? Why is it? I'll tell you why. But I wanted an answer, but you guys are busy talking. I guess, are you asking Google for answers? Sheikh Google, Mufti Google? Let me tell you why. Okay, you know the answer? No? Huh? Anybody can answer, yes. Food is the basic need. Okay, I like that. I like that. Yes. Guys, can I get silence, please? If people are talking, I'm not going to talk. And then you can find the answer yourself. Okay, go ahead. I'll close this. It's better for your body and your souls. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. To answer this question, you have to understand who are the messengers and why the messengers are the messengers. Why are the messengers messengers? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala picks the best of the people to be messengers. If right now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was to pick a Rasul from this audience right here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will pick the best person who is the toughest mentally, who's not going to succumb to peer pressure, who's brave, who's going to do what the right thing is regardless of his fear for it. What's going to happen to me, backlash and this and that. I'm going to do the right thing. That's bravery. I have the courage. No, the one who is the strongest, eloquent, the one who can deliver the message, etc., etc. You see what I'm saying? Allah will pick the best of people to become the messenger. We have the dalil in the Quran for this. The people of Salih, alayhimu salatu wasalam, they told Salih alayhi salam, Ya Salihu qad kunta fina marjuwan qabla hadha. You used to be the best one amongst us before you came up with this Tawheed message, calling towards obedience of one God, etc., etc. You used to be the best, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala picks the best to be the prophets. Tayyib. Why? Because the job of the prophets is tough. You and I can't do it. That's why you're not a prophet. That's why you're not a messenger. Anbiya alayhimus salatu wassalam were sent with one message and one message only. What was the message of the Anbiya? I rant on this all the time. Huh? Give me an ayah. Where's my huffaz? فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَأَطِيعُونِ. Yes, that's true. فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَأَطِيعُونِ. Yes. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, Surah Hadid, لَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْمِيزَانَ. Allah sent messengers and books. For what? One reason. Yes. Ayyuh, give him a chocolate. Can I get a chocolate for him? I have 17 minutes, so I'm doing good on time. لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. To establish justice on earth. The thing with that is that the people who don't want to establish justice on earth, because things are going good for them, and they're happy, they will not want you to establish justice on earth because they're doing good. Their job of the prophets was to go against entire humanity, entire systems of oppression, entire disobedient systems of Allah against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that's created by mankind. Capitalism is one of them. Liberalism, secularism, all these are systems created by human beings. Did Allah give it to you? Did Allah give you secularism? No. Allah gave you capitalism? No. Allah gave you liberalism? No. Who gave you liberalism? John Locke. Is he human? Yes, he is. Are you following? The job of the prophets is hard, and to train them to make sure that they don't shake. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave them the command of kulu min at-tayyibat. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also gave us the same command. O human beings, eat from the good, don't eat from the bad. Why? The difference is the Anbiya, they actually do it, and they are more to do it than you. That's why they're on the top, and we don't do it as much. Think about it. Do you eat to live or live to eat? You live to eat. Watch this. I have a question for everyone. Now that Ramadan's coming, did it ever come into your mind, 14 hours, I don't know how I'm going to do it? Did that come to your mind? At least once? Just cross your mind? Why? Because you live to eat. You've been eating so much all day, all night. Where's Brother Daniel? Biryani, what did you mention? Samosa, basbousa, pulao. You live to eat. You see what I'm saying? Here's what I'm gonna summarize everything to move on to the next point. Anbiya alayhimus salatu wassalam were sent for a mission. And that mission requires strength and to be the best of mankind. And what's directly related to that is food. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded them, eat from the tayyibat, which is my next point. What is tayyibat? Difference of opinion amongst the scholars. Many people said many things. The more you adhere to that, the more you will fulfill the promise you made to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ رِجَالٌ صَدَقُوا مَا عَاهَدُوا اللَّهَ عَلَيْهِ. Okay? So far got that? Food, it's something about food. Okay, so what is it about food that trains you? That's my next part I'm going to answer, inshallah. Anyone want to try and answer this? What's so good about food? Like, why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did food out of everything else? Yes. Come again? Oh, it makes you deezed. Makes you like big and strong. So eat a lot. Wait, let me put on my glass. Yes. Okay, that's good. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't say eat. He said kulu min at-tayyibat. Yes. Yeah, there's one way of looking at it. Yes. So halal. Okay, that's a good answer. There's one step ahead of that. So one answer was eat healthy foods, which is our next lecture. Okay? that's going to give you energy to do ibadah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so you're not feeling sluggish when you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do, and it's your fault for feeling sluggish. Oh, I don't have energy. It's your fault for eating biryani for suhoor. I do that, by the way. I have to stop it. It's a bad habit. If it's available. طيب, I have 12 minutes. What time is it right now? 3:22? What was I saying? Halalan tayyiba. You have halal. Okay, stop. I'm going to stop the discussion. I'm going to finish my point now. Halalan tayyiba. Now, tayyib can mean, number one, eat healthy food. Number two, it can mean not only healthy food, eat healthy and halal food. That's what she said at the back. And then there's a level above that. There's a level above that that we find in the hadith of Rasulullah ﷺ that we heard so many times, but we never heard the full hadith so many times. Who heard the hadith of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? Everybody. Who does the hadith of, don't answer that question. Who implements this hadith, yeah? That's not the full hadith. That's the end of the hadith. What does the full hadith say? Let me read out to you word by word. Okay? Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, ما ملأ آدمي وعاء شرا من بطن. There's nothing worse than the human being can do than fill his stomach. That's the worst thing you can do. You could have said murder. You could have said zina. He could have said riba. Why did he say that's the worst thing you can do is fill your stomach? We do that all the time. Rasulullah is talking to you and me. Don't think, oh, I should tell this to my father. I should tell this to him. He eats a lot. My brother, my sister. You, me. Subhanallah. The worst thing you can do is fill your stomach. I'm going to shorten it. And then he says, it's enough for him to eat just for him to survive. That's it. And then he says, to be very specific, it's enough for him to eat just to straighten his back. Just to straighten his back. If he does want to eat, then the maximum you go is 1/3 food and the 1/3 water, and then leave the 1/3 also. You see how different the hadith is when you understand the whole hadith? And this mentioned in Sunnah Tirmidhi. Why is it that Rasulullah said this is the worst thing you can do? The reason is this. You see, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, وَأَمَّا مَنْ خَافَ مَقَامَ رَبِّهِ وَنَهَى النَّفْسَ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ فَإِنَّ الْجَنَّةَ هِيَ الْمَأْوَىٰ. The one who fears Allah and controls his desires, definitely Jannah is his goal. Right now you want to talk, you don't want to listen, and you're talking, you're following your desires. Everybody's quiet. Or, human beings are notorious for following your desires. There's only two types of people in this world. You either follow your desires or you try not to follow your desires. That's it. Which one of them are you? Because you cannot fully not follow your desires. That's angels. You're not. You're going to fall. You're going to have to get up and keep moving. You see, when you eat that food, I have another question for you guys. You know the physical food that you eat, whatever food you're eating, that's from this world, yeah? The earth grows it, everything's in the earth. But your body has two parts to it. The first part is the physical part that's from this earth. The second part of your body is the spiritual part that's not from this earth. That's from the unseen world. The human body is a connection and a fusion between the seen world and the unseen world. You don't find that in any other creation. As your soul travels to different places, you go from this world to the next world to the next world, etc., etc. This human body is a fusion of two. Whichever one you feed, you will belong to that. What's the food of the physical body? The physical earth. What's the food of the spiritual body? The Quran. The Quran is the food for the spiritual body. The ruh is, you see, why is it that non-Muslims, when they hear the Quran for the first time, they cry? It's because they might not even know what it is, but their souls recognize the words of its creator. The souls recognize this is the word of my Lord who created me. And it touches their heart, but they don't even realize it's touching their heart. The food is done, guys. 5 minutes, inshallah. Yeah? Or you guys can go upstairs. There's movies, I think. There's movies and candies and stuff. Yeah? You can go upstairs. Your physical body and the physical food, talking about the spiritual implications of filling your belly. If you fill your belly, you're making your physical body heavy and stuck on this earth. And your body doesn't want to lose this, move from this earth. And you develop wahan and the love of this earth and the world and the worldly life. And you develop a habit of feeding your desires. You see, your desires, you see, imagine you're eating food and it's some really tasty food. And you really like it. It's not too spicy, it's not soft, it's good. It's nice, juicy burger, let's say you're going to have at 4 o'clock. I think it's biryani, I think 4 o'clock. I don't know what it is, yeah? Whatever food you're having, can you put it down? It's the best food you've had in your life. This burger, I've never tasted something like it. It's fresh, it's juicy, the lettuce is fresh, the cheese is melting, and you bite into it and the taste is bursting in your mouth. You take one bite and you put it down and you leave, or you finish the whole thing and you take another one and then you leave. You take 3, and then you take 5 to go. And you put in the freezer, maybe eat for the rest of the week. I don't know. How hard is it for you, after you eat half, or 1/3 of that burger, put it down, put it to the side? No. How hard is it to do that? It's very hard. You see what I'm saying? You train yourself. See, when you eat a lot of food, when you fill your stomach, I'm going to finish this point and then connect my point back to the first point that I started with, and I'm done my lecture. When you fill your stomach, you're making your physical body heavy on this earth. Number 1. And your spiritual body is hungry. You're not feeding it though. The Ramadan is the month of Quran. And the reason why you're fasting is to take this nafs, put him in a prison, and follow the Quran and not feed the spiritual part of your body. That's number 1. And number 2, if you eat a lot, you're training your desires. And that's when shaitan says, وَلَآمُرَنَّهُمْ, I will command them to do it, and they cannot resist it. I really want to stop this sin, but I can't. Why? Because you eat too much. Or you are too used to following your desires, and you haven't developed that willpower to go against your own self. You haven't developed the willpower. You know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants you to pray tahajjud. You know that, but you never do it. Why? Because you eat too much. You eat too much. You can't stop your hand from eating. Your desire, nafs says, do this. Okay, I'm going to do this. Do more. Okay, I'm going to keep on doing more. When are you going to stop? When this tells me to stop. Not when I want to stop, when my nafs tells me to stop. You're a slave of your nafs. What happens when you become a slave of your nafs? What happens? Yes. That's good. You're not a slave of Allah. You don't have fear of Allah and you go to Jahannam. You're going to blame shaitan, try to play all the, Ya Allah, I didn't do it. Ya Allah, wala amurana. He commanded me, Ya Allah. I didn't. Shaitan's going to say, فَلَا تَلُومُونِي وَلُومُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Blame yourself. I only told you. But you listen to your nafs. So, coming back to my first point. All the Anbiya were sent for one mission and one mission only. And that's our mission here. This is just these pretty decorations, and Ramadan's coming, and Ramadan celebrations, peace and salutations upon the nation. I'm just joking. It's a Nasheed. You didn't get the joke? I kind of rhymed the words there. You guys are dead, man. No, you're alive. You're alive. That's figurative. Concluding my lecture, because I have 3 minutes left, is this. Anbiya alayhimus salatu wassalam were sent for the mission of establishing La ilaha illallah on this earth and nothing else. As the followers of that Anbiya, and specifically Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, who are the best of the Anbiya, you are here with the same mission of establishing La ilaha illallah not only on the earth of Allah, also in your own life, everywhere. But you cannot do that if you don't tame that animal that's inside of you. If you want to tame that animal, the best way, how do you train animals? When you go to marine land, Wonderland, Disneyland, what do they do? Food, isn't it? Isn't it food? Yes. You have that animal inside of you. And the more you feed it, the stronger it gets and the more it dominates you. And it's your fault. You can't tell Allah, Ya Allah, I just ate, Ya Allah. It's your fault. Wake up. It's your fault. Nobody else, your fault. You ate. Rasul says 1/3. Again, I have to implement this also. And I'll end with this. Oh, let me finish this point. Where, if you don't, standing up for justice is not easy. You have to standing up for the haqq is very hard. You have to go against your family, against society, against everybody. Look at the Sahaba. But that strength will come when you punish your nafs. Put it down, put it down, put it down. Disobey your nafs. Your nafs wants to do this, do the opposite. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said fast, 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 fast. This develops the fear of Allah, like He said eventually in you. You do the right thing, you develop the habit of going against your nafs, meaning you develop the habit of obeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala even though you don't want to. Wallahu fallahu ahaqqu an takhshah. طيب. And last thing, I'll tell you with my personal experience myself. I have 1 minute and 27 seconds now. I have realized myself, and so probably have you, if you're observant. If you're not observant, you probably didn't realize it. Since Ramadan until now, in Ramadan, was your ibadah high? Yes. Yes, no? Yes. After Ramadan, was it high? No? Right after Ramadan, maybe, first month or something, there was some sort of emotion there. It gotta be. And then what happened? Kept on going up or down? Down. Why? Because you're not fasting anymore. Do you fast the 13th and the 14th, the 15th, and the Monday and the Thursday? If you don't fast, if you don't deprive yourself of food, if you do not go against your desires, spiritually you will go down and down and down. I've noticed this in my life, my personal life. That's why I'm looking forward to Ramadan, kind of rejuvenate. And fine, I'll end with this final. I have 27 seconds, so I can end with this. If you look at Musa alayhi salatu wassalam, before he received revelation, before he was called on the mountain, what did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tell him to do? Fasting. Why? 40 days. Before Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam received revelation, he went on the Ghar Hira, on top of the mountain in the cave, and what did he do? He fasted. He ate, but he fasted from other things. You see what I'm saying? So coming down to the thing about fasting, I hope you're looking forward to fasting, inshallah, to tame that animal that's inside of you, so that you can become closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that you can do amr bil ma'roof wa nahy anil munkar and establish justice on the earth of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And inshallah you understand that if you don't do that, it's your fault, nobody else. طيب? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from all of us. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. I hope I didn't stretch it too much. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Any questions? Okay. I'm gonna ask, is it okay if I take the mic for a bit? I'm gonna ask 5 people what you learned from my lecture today. You have to summarize it in 5 seconds, okay? I'm gonna pick randomly. And if you don't answer me, you have to fast tomorrow. Deal? Deal? Okay, that's a deal then. Okay, khalas. طيب. So, I'm gonna pick someone from the audience. Who wants to fast tomorrow? MashaAllah. Okay. I'm picking you. Adidas black shirt. What's your name? Ali, go ahead. What did you learn from the lecture? Did you come late? I think you came late a little bit. Okay, good. How's the movie? Oh, they were fasting from the projector. It's good. طيب. So what did you learn from today? How do you feed that animal? Allah, that's amazing. So what? Good. How do you tame that animal? Can you control that animal? Yeah, you can. No, that's how you. If you feed it, then it controls you. By not feeding it, by fasting it, right? طيب, give him a candy. MashaAllah. You don't have to fast tomorrow. Okay, let's go. 2 more people. I said 5, but there's not enough time. Let's get one of the sisters. Aha. Let's get the sister in the gray hijab. I just said it. I didn't look at anyone. I just said gray hijab. So let's pick now. Who's the gray one? Okay, yes, go ahead. Brothers, don't look back. Look at me. Mm. Good, good, very good. She gets a chocolate as well. It's a very good point you mentioned. You deprive the nafs. MashaAllah, girls are supportive to each other. Good. Okay, good. Just pass it back. You deprive the nafs with the physical food, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you the month of Ramadan for what? For fasting? No. For iftar? No. Taraweeh? No. Tahajjud? No. Reading the Quran? No. Understanding the Quran? Kind of. Understanding and implementing the Quran. I have to say that because a lot of times when you say reading the Quran, وَالْفَجْرِ وَلَيَالٍ مَلِكِ النَّاسِ, I finished the whole Quran this month of Ramadan. MashaAllah. I finished 3 khatmas in this whole Ramadan. I finished the Quran 3 times. Ya akhi, listen to me carefully. If you read the Quran without understanding it, or the effort to understanding it, yes, you get good deeds for all the letters you have read. Rasul promised 10, 10, 10. But the punishment for not understanding and implementing it is greater than that reward. So on one hand, you deprive yourself of the food. On the other hand, you increase the spiritual one. You read the Quran and understand it and try your best to implement it. Okay? Got it? That's the month of Ramadan for. Yeah? Not just for iftar. Last one. Can I take one last one or no? Do I have time? Yeah? Are you saying no or pick you? You're going like this. Yes, go. Mm. 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 Allahu Akbar. MashaAllah. Takbir. خلاص. I'll finish here inshallah. جزاكم الله خيرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Jazakallah khair, Imam Hassan. So, mashallah, you guys already answered most of the questions. So we had 4 questions, but they were all answered except for one. And this one is actually quite easy. So, it have 3 parts, so you get 3 candies, I guess. So the question is, what are the 3/3 that the Prophet, peace be upon him, mentioned in his hadith about filling the stomach? So someone would not go? Yes? 1/3 water, 1/3 food, and 1/3 air. And is this the recommended amount? No. Is this the recommended amount? Yes. The recommended amount is to straighten your back. This is the maximum amount. But here is your candy, my friend. 1 and 2. Okay. Jazakumullah khair. And Hamza, do you wanna?
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll just take a break from lectures real quick. I'd like to call up Brother Abdullah and Yahya and they'll do Nasheed performance for us. Allah. Brother Abdullah and Yahya. Echo. Hello. MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
Test, test. Okay. So you can use that.
Testing.
Like this. Okay, go.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Lu mulai asli. You know. Lu mulai asli. No, do. You know. Okay. Do Allahumma salli. Do Allahumma salli. Allahumma salli. Allahumma salli. Allahumma salli. Okay. You know what? No, no, no.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you guys?
It's good. Let's just stay.
اللهم صل على المصطفى حبيبنا محمد عليه السلام. اللهم صل على المصطفى حبيبنا محمد عليه السلام.
رقت عيناي شوقا ولطيبة درفت عشقا فأديت إلى حبيبي فاهدأ يا قلب رفقا صلي على محمد.
وحشنا يا رسول الله يا سيدنا شوقنا زاد والله مهما طول الغياب محمد مشتاق إليك والله محمد قلبي عليك صلى.
صلى الله على طه خير الخلق وأحلاها. صلى الله على طه خير الخلق وأحلاها.
صلوا على نبينا المصطفى طه هدينا هو خير العالمين ابن عبد الله.
صلوا على نبينا المصطفى طه هدينا هو خير العالمين ابن عبد الله. يا هنانا بمحمد ذلك الفضل من الله. الله يا هنانا 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 يا هنانا.
Okay. Jazakallah khair, brothers, for the amazing nasheed. Another one? Well, we are 2 minutes behind. So do you want to make it 5 minutes behind? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go. It's fine. Here's one. And here's another. Test.
صلاة السلام.
Hello.
Right here? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا حبيب الإله نار الحياة وقلبي يراك مثل القمر
بمدح الرسول يزيد الأمل ويأتي القبول بخير العمل
صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى أو بصونك نش إيمان من ميتنا
نبي طبيب أنار القدر في طه الحبيب كمثل القمر
أريد الشراب وخير الثواب فيوم الحساب به أفتخر صلاة سلام على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى أو بصونك نش إيمان من ميتنا
أمتي قالها المصطفى
يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى
أمتي قالها المصطفى
يومها كل عبد بالرسول اكتفى
صلاة سلام
على المصطفى رسول إمام بنور الصفا مرتي برسول أحمد مصطفى أو بصونك نش إيمان نور ميتنا
Jazakumullahu khairan. How was it? Good? Yes. Okay, great. So, all right, for our next speaker, to be personally, it's my favorite. So it's about planning for a healthier Ramadan ahead, and it is by Brother Abdul Azim. So Brother Abdul Azim have a degree in mechanical engineering from Ryerson University. He also have finished a business leadership program at Michigan University. He's a previous senior director at a company called GE Digital, and he have been traveling a lot, 30 countries, more than 30 countries previously. He's also a management consultant with two large companies, which are Global Power and OG companies. He's the national leader for Muslim Manhood Organization. He have played American football nationally. Some of his hobbies include fishing, gym, and getting into hunting. And it's not written here, but it's also 200 pounds of muscles, mashallah. So yeah, welcome. Oh yeah, that's
Works. Assalamu alaikum. Should I turn that on? Oh, you'll go next. Yes. Can I close this? Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Better? So this seems like a lecture. Jazakallah khair for having me. So right after this, I think, is lunch. So we'll try and keep you here as long as possible, so we can delay that for you. But I'm going to be speaking a little bit about planning for a healthy Ramadan. Is the slide showing or no? Oh, not yet. Who's liking the conference so far? MashaAllah. A lot of the brothers, not much of the sisters. I get it, it's okay. Who's planning on having a healthy Ramadan? Who's planning on just eating? It works. Khalas, jazakallah khair. So as the brother said, I like fishing. This is salmon fishing in Ontario. And actually what happens is during the time of fall, so around September time, the fish go up the rivers from Lake Ontario, and then we catch them. So what I do is I catch a bunch of fish, I cut it, I freeze it, so the whole winter all I eat is salmon fish, basically. It doesn't taste as good as the ones that you buy at the stores, though, because those ones are from the sea. We'll go next, or okay. So before I begin, I wanted to share a story. What do you guys think? So here's an ayah, and here's a translation, and here's 5 words. How are they related? They're not related. I'm just kidding. But the story is this, and you'll see how they're indirectly related. There was a study that was performed where what they did was they brought a number of individuals, and they brought in a number of individuals, and they give them 5 words that would make up a sentence. But then so the task was to make a sentence of 4 words using those 5 words. So then there will be one that you leave out. And the one word was always an odd one. Like, for example, you say something like, I have blue car. I mean, it's not a good sentence. But then there's the word Florida there. So there's blue, car, have, I, and Florida. So Florida is like, you leave it out, you know? So that's how it is. There was five of those. And people had to make those 4-word sentences. So it was very simple. The real task was not to make the sentence, because it was very simple. Everyone would get the same 4 sentences, because these words that were left out were very, like, it was very odd. You know, Florida doesn't belong there, and you know wrinkle doesn't belong there. You know bingo doesn't belong in those sets of 5 sentences, in those set of 5 words. So the real trick was that they wanted people to get these words, put them to the side, and that was kind of what's called priming. They would prime them with these words. And as you can see, these words are, you know, it all kind of tells you about old people. You know, it's like Florida, that's where people go and retire, wrinkle, bingo, gray hair, lonely, and so on. So it's all very depressing and old and weak. You know, that's kind of the things that it primes people. So during this test, people had to walk through a hallway and come to this place. And as they were leaving, they were timing the people as to how fast they would walk back. And a set of individuals were given words like these that were left out, and a set of individuals were given other words like fast, like, you know, California, and like things that are, you know, in the younger and faster and, you know, much different contrast. The people that were given these words actually walked slower when they left. So as they walked through the hallway, they actually walked slower because they were primed with these kind of words. And the people that were given the other words, they actually walked faster when they left. Everything was done, okay, exam over. It was like, oh, what is this? It's very easy. They just left, and when they left, the people who were given this walked slower, and the people that were given the other ones were walked faster. So the reason for this story is that priming has a subconscious effect on our mind as to how we see everything. So although I'm going to be talking about healthy living, and it's going to talk about nutrition and you know, the body basically, and nutrition and exercise, the real thing that you need to focus on is the Quran and reading the Quran, because the Quran itself has shifa, and you need to purify your heart. And as you do that, everything else will fall into place, inshallah. So the Quran talks about how it's a mercy and a shifa for the believers. And you need to prime yourself with the Quran on a daily basis. So when we talk about planning for a healthy Ramadan, the most important thing to make sure, although I'm going to talk about everything else, is to prime yourself every single morning with the Quran. Don't forget that, because when you wake up, you read some Quran, you're actually priming your brain and everything. Of course, it's the heart, of course, it's the unseen that the Quran itself has, that is the power of the Quran. But even on a physical sense, you're priming yourself with something that is, miraculous. So make sure that you do that. That's the most important piece out of all of this. Yes, brother. No, those were the words that were in the experiment. I got them from a book. I didn't do it myself, no. I read about it. Yeah. It's almost as good as doing it. Testimonial knowledge, right, as YD teaches you, right? So that being said, really every single day prime yourself with the Quran, and this will have a real impact in your life. And I have 10 tips. Number 1, plan your meals. As you go through Ramadan, what you need to do is you need to plan what you're gonna eat in suhoor, and obviously after breaking your fast, and throughout the night, and so on and so forth. So really plan it, and really focus on the different groups. Focus highly on lean proteins, some carbohydrates, and some fats. What happens if you don't plan? Yeah, you eat a lot more. And it's actually, studies show that if the people that plan, they actually stick, they have a much healthier day, month, week, whatever you're talking about, rather than the people that don't plan, they're gonna go off track. I have only 10 minutes, so we gotta go fast. Eat suhoor. It's very important to eat suhoor. I'm not saying to, so obviously you have to eat healthy suhoor, but there are people that skip suhoor. They don't eat suhoor. Of course, it's part of the sunnah as well. So you need to make sure that you eat your suhoor, focus on, again on fiber, whole grains, fruits, protein, yogurt, eggs. This is probably a good suhoor. You've got potatoes, you've got meat, you've got eggs. So make sure you eat your suhoor because it gives you that energy. And if you focus on, let's say oatmeal, for example, having oatmeal and having meat and eggs, that will actually keep you full for longer. So you're not going to feel hungry for a longer time because protein takes a long time to go through your system. So eat your suhoor. Don't skip your suhoor. That's a key thing here. Next. Hydrate well. This is very important because what we do is when we're fasting, throughout the day we actually don't drink, of course, but also throughout the 24 hours we drink less because we drink some and then we're like, okay, we're not thirsty anymore, and we just leave it, and then we don't drink for the whole night. Then before in the suhoor we drink some, and then that's it. So you should be drinking throughout the whole evening. When you do your when you break your fast, the next one is going to tell you to break your fast with water as well and dates. But when you break your fast, drink and continue to drink. And this is why planning your meal, not just what you eat, but also what you drink, is important. So make sure you keep on drinking and non-caffeinated fluids. Caffeine actually dehydrates you rather than hydrating. So even if you drink 10 cups of coffee, it is actually dehydrating you rather than hydrating you. That's like drinking water with salt. So make sure you hydrate. What happens if you don't hydrate? You die, for sure, yeah. But also, next, this is what happens. It's a good image of dehydration. You get dizziness, you get frustration, you can't think properly, and so on and so forth. And this is actually a AI-generated photo of dehydration. Yeah. Yeah. 3.7 liters of water for men and 2.7 for women. So if you identify as a man, 3.7. Astaghfirullah. As a woman, 2.7. So 2.7, 3.7 liters of water in a 24-hour period. Even try to drink when you're sleeping as well. What I mean is, wake up, drink some water, go back to sleep. It's good for you. 8 minutes. Break your fast with dates and water. Dates provide you a surge of energy. So Rasulullah, of course, says the truth and nothing but the truth. So eating dates is good, and water. Make sure you include water, because actually a lot of times your thirst, you feel it as hunger. So you're not really hungry, you're actually thirsty, but because you're not drinking water and you're dehydrated, you think you're hungry, and you try and eat more. So sometimes your thirst is, you feel it as hunger. It's so make sure you drink water as well. And what you should do is you should have your dates, have your water, take a little bit of a break, pray, and then eat some more. Don't break your fast with samosas and pakoras and fried stuff. So it's just not good. Just not good. Next. Portion control is another way that you should do, is practice portion control. What it does mean is really portion your food. You can even do it with your hands. So one portion of protein is the palm of your hand. One portion of like carbohydrates is your hand, like your whole hand, and 1 portion of like fruits and vegetables is your whole hand, and 1 portion of fat is your thumb. That's how much a portion of fat is. So really portion your practice portion control. And actually what science shows is if you take, and this is actually very simple, if you take a smaller plate, you'll eat less. So don't go and like get like a huge plate, put it down and like, because you're gonna eat more. If you take a smaller plate, you'll look fuller and you'll eat more. And then the other thing that you can do is actually you can eat stuff like lettuce, melons, things like that that are very low in calorie, but they're big in volume, so it fills your stomach. So then you eat less in terms of calories as well. So portion control is very important, and a very neat trick is just using a smaller plate. If you use a smaller plate, you're going to eat less. It's proven. Choose healthy foods. I think this goes without saying, because if you don't choose healthy foods, you're going to look like this, which is not fun. You can see that the scale is blown up there. So limit fried and fatty foods, and really focus on dense, nutrient-filled foods and grilled food and proteins and so on. So really, it goes without saying, of course. I just needed to fill the slides, so I put that in there. But really, make sure you choose healthy foods. It's not only how much you eat, but it's also what you eat. And you are what you eat. Actually, funny thing about you are what you eat, there have been studies where you are what you eat is actually 100% like it is exactly right. For example, if you were to eat lion, for example, or tiger, right? If you were to just take a bunch of tiger steak and have it for a couple of months, you become aggressive. Your behavior becomes aggressive. You're literally what you eat. And alhamdulillah, we've been blessed with halal food, which is so purifying. So think about tiger and lion and snake and things like that, and then think about dogs and so on. If you eat those things, look at how they behave. Pigs, how they behave. That behavior actually instills in you as well. So it's not just bad for your health or whatever, but there's behavioral changes as well. Yes, if you eat more vegetable, you're going to turn into a vegetable. That's exactly right. Jazakallah khair. No, if you eat more vegetables, there's water in vegetables, and water is very important for you. 75% of your body is water, or 70% of your body is water. So that's what it feeds. Yeah. Yes, you become a rhino. No, I'm joking. You become, what you do is you take the behavior of a rhino. How do rhinos behave? Do you know? Aggressive? I don't know. I haven't researched rhinos much, but they're probably a little aggressive. They're probably pushy, Okay. So the moral of the story is don't eat rhinos. Okay. Yes, brother. If you eat nothing, you're nothing. Exactly. You die. Jazakallah khair. Let's keep going. We've got 3 more minutes. Incorporate physical activity. They're very, very important. This is not just Ramadan in general. I mean, all of it is just not just Ramadan in general. Incorporate physical activity. Here's a slide about the energy usage. So what happens is if you do physical activity, this is creatine, this is ATP. Forget about those, but that's like 6 seconds there. But when you start doing exercise more and for a longer period, let's say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, your body starts to take glucose. So if you want to lose weight, but not just lose weight, lose fat and keep your muscle, what you should do is you should do walking before iftar. Do 1 hour, half an hour, 45 minutes of walking, not very fast, just walk. Treadmill or go outside, maybe not in Saskatoon. But if you go walking, 45 minutes, 1 hour, before iftar, you're going to start, you see, when it comes to about 30 minutes or so, you're going to start using your fat. And actually, you're going to start using it faster because you don't have much glucose at the time before your sugar levels are low. So you don't have much glucose before iftar, right before iftar. So if you go walking for an hour before iftar, your body is going to start using fat for energy to perform those walks. So it's a very simple way of losing. If you do all of that stuff and you also walk for an hour before iftar, by the end of Ramadan, you're going to be, mashallah. Yalla, keep going. Get enough sleep, very important. And people that are younger, like 3 months, obviously you want them to sleep the whole day. That's best for the parents as well. Infants and so on and so forth. But really 7 to 9 hours is a good thing. You don't have to sleep all 7 to 9 hours at night, although night sleep is good. You can sleep 6 hours at night. You can sleep an hour in the afternoon, something like that. It's also fine. But definitely focus on your sleep as well, because your sleep is very, very important, obviously. So make sure you do about 7 to 9 hours of sleep as well if you can. Next, please. Practice mindful eating. What this means is when you eat, don't just 5 minutes and then run. No, eat mindfully, eat slowly. Take food, put it in your mouth, taste it, chew, and eat mindfully. I'm going to say one thing and then I'll let you speak. So eat mindfully, and one of the things that you should know is when your stomach is full, it takes about 20 minutes for the signal from your stomach to go to your brain to tell your brain that you're full. So if you should have stopped eating 20 minutes ago, you would have continued to eat for another 20 minutes before your head says that you're full. So the first bite that you eat, that bite's signal to your head actually takes 20 minutes to reach. So if you eat slowly and you eat mindfully, you're gonna stop eating faster. Not faster in terms of you're gonna eat less, because your brain is gonna know that you're full, because it took the time for the signal to go from your stomach to your brain to tell you that you are full. Anything, or are you done? You forgot. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Yalla, bismillah, next. Consult a healthcare professional. This is just an additional thing. So all that was general information, of course. If you have any specific needs or anything like that you're aware of, if you have any illnesses, anything like that, of course, consult the healthcare professional and make sure that you get, professional advice, because I'm not a professional. I just like talking. Next. So if you have any questions, by the way, all the guys and men here, you should follow Muslim Manhood. It's a brand within i3 where our vision is to, if you go to the next one quickly, our vision is to establish a well-connected society of strong Muslim men in the West. This is our vision, and we want to be in all the Western countries, about 18 of them in the next 3 years, inshallah, 3 to 5 years. And the things we focus on are on the mind, money, muscles, and managing affairs, all of it directed for the mission of Islam. So those are the 5 M's of Muslim manhood: making you intellectually aware, financially free, physically strong, and then managing affairs, being able to manage relationships, whether it's your marriage or otherwise, all directed towards the mission of Islam. And these are the behaviors that we instill in young men. Now, there is also a women's version of this. It's called Versatile Muslima. If any of the sisters want information about that, you can contact the Imam's wife, as you all know her, for more information there. But if you go back, so please follow Muslim Manhood, and then if you want to get in contact, have any questions, you could, for the brothers, you can message in Muslim Manhood as well. If you want to get connected, that's my Instagram also. Any 1, 2 questions? We'll take.
Jazakallah khair. Since we are running out of time, is it okay if we make the questions one-on-one? Would that be okay?
If you have any questions, just message me.
Sounds good.
Jazakallah khair.
Maybe after or during the salah. So it's hot here, hey? Yeah? Is it okay if we open the windows? All of them, actually. See if that helps. And inshallah, we'll be having the food right now. And for the sisters, if the sisters can use the back door to go to the basement, and the food will be in the basement, while brothers can stay here, inshallah, and we'll be eating using the main hall. Yes, so brothers, just don't move. And the sisters, if you guys can go downstairs. Thank you very much. And can you guys please open the windows? Whoever is around them. The hand is there. Also, everyone, quick reminder that we have, inshallah, Sheikh Usta after the salah, and he will be speaking about the fiqh of fasting. So, inshallah, there's the biggest lecture after the salah, inshallah.
Also, guys, you know how you got tickets and when you came, there's also a lot of these prizes here that are going to be raffled after. So make sure to stay and get your prizes, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. If everybody wants food and you want food fast, help out with the thing, inshallah, with the plastic, and make way so we can actually finish our food fast. Can everyone sit down, inshallah? Everyone have a seat, inshallah. Have a seat, inshallah, around the sufra. Everyone have a seat, inshallah, around the sufra. Jazakumullahu khaira.
Everyone come to the front. Brothers, please come to the front, inshallah. Yahya, Abdullah, come to the front. Face the Qibla. Those who are facing the wall, can you turn around and face the Qibla? Ya Shabab. Ya ayyuha Shabab. Guys, can you get off the wall and face the Qibla, inshallah? Can you turn around and face the wall? Even if you're against the wall, just face the Qibla. Turn around this way, inshallah. Everybody face the Qibla, inshallah. That took a lot of effort with the microphone. Imagine without a microphone. We're doing the raffle tickets. If everybody's quiet in the next 2 seconds. 1, 2. Okay, nobody's quiet. We'll do it after. Should we do the raffle tickets now or later? Sisters should wait for my cue. But that's okay. Come. I don't think that. Come, brothers, come forward. I was waiting for the prayer hall to be convenient for you guys before you come in.
Let's do the small. It's good. Okay. Bismillah. Okay, so we have the raffle tickets, inshallah. We're going to do that now. If everyone's quiet. Inshallah. Can I get the raffle tickets? Yeah? Just pass it up here, inshallah. What about the sisters? Okay, so I don't hear silence, so I'm not going to do this into silence. Can I get the raffle tickets? Okay. You got one from downstairs? This is the sisters. We'll wait for the sisters to send their Sheikh is here, so we're going to do the quickly raffle ticket. We'll go to the lecture, because fiqh of fasting goes for a long time. Okay, so we have 2 raffle tickets. I got it. We have 2 raffle tickets, 2 raffle prizes, 3 raffle prizes. We're going to do one of them now, second one in the middle of the lecture, and the last one, the big one at the end. So it's a small prize, a bigger prize, and a bigger prize. Okay, so we got. And it's a small, bigger for the brothers and the sisters. So small one for brothers and sisters, another small one each. So small one, big one, bigger one. Okay? طيب. So the small one goes to, it's so quiet. Small one goes to ticket number, MashaAllah, it's so quiet. Even Salah wasn't this quiet. 147055. Allahu Akbar, mashallah. The brother gets a gift card. Yes. MashaAllah. Takbir. طيب. The sisters one now. You get the small gift card and then we'll start the lecture bidnai ta'ala. Sheikh, where's Sheikh? Okay. The ticket number is, I love this. It's so quiet. Allahu Akbar. It's like a library. 147046. MashaAllah. You gotta pick up your gift card from the sisters' registration table, okay? Yeah, so give this to Abdul Fattah. Give this to sisters' registration, and once they match it, they can give it to her, inshallah. Okay? طيب, I'm gonna get off the stage now. Sheikh Usta is gonna come and start the lecture bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and you guys can start introducing him, inshallah.
Bismillah. Can I get some silence, please, guys? Or are we waiting? We're waiting on Sheikh. Where is he? No, there's no time for that, bro. I don't think so. Check them. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, guys. MashaAllah. Okay, so just to welcome Sheikh Usta. Sheikh Usta is the founder of I3 Institute, and he has been teaching and transforming over 2 decades. Sheikh Usta has studied under 11 prominent scholars over the world and holds a bachelor's in computer science, Arabic, Sharia. He also holds a master's in business administration, and he's completing his second master's in Islamic finance. In addition to that, Sheikh Usta is teaching. Sheikh Usta is teaching Islam and giving da'wah. Sheikh Usta has completed. Sheikh Usta corporate executive working as a VP of engineering at a tech firm in Toronto. Sheikh Usta flew here all the way from Toronto just to talk to us and give us this lecture. Sheikh Usta is also the resident scholar and director of religious affairs of WMCC. And he's passionate about helping all Muslim communities thrive. He has delivered many lectures, seminars, workshops across numerous masajid and universities across the world. With that being said, Sheikh Usta, where's the man? Let's get you up.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everybody? Can I ask you a question?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Are you guys cold or hot? Do you guys prefer the windows closed or open? Open? Okay. خلاص, let's keep it open.
طيب خير إن شاء الله. طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. We're going to start إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I know that you don't like that. I'd like to see people. طيب, so today we're going to basically learn some of the, guys, we're going to learn some of the ahkam of fasting. Brothers, sisters, youngsters. طيب, let's start with the definition. What is siyam? Who can tell me what is siyam? Go ahead, tell me. What is fasting? Define it. Anybody knows? Yeah? Where's the little bit older children? Go ahead, tell me. I like that. That's very good. Very good. Takbir. All right. So fasting, in the linguistic definition of fasting, means to hold on and refrain from an action.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Everyone pay attention. So, this lecture is a very serious lecture. Guys, everyone. This lecture is very serious. Sharia, fiqh of fasting. It's meant for older audience. We have lots of kids here, of course. Here's what's going to happen, okay? Whoever is running, jumping, fighting around, they will be removed from the prayer hall. They're going to go upstairs, and you can jump upstairs and do whatever you want upstairs, okay? So where's my volunteers? Can you volunteers please take your positions? Mubashir, go over there. Bilal, go over there. Okay, we're going to monitor everybody. Whoever's not behaving, they're going to go watch a movie upstairs.
Hassan?
Inshallah. And we're going to continue, okay? Okay? How about we do this instead? Why don't all the kids go upstairs and watch a movie? You guys have fun, and then this is an adult session. They can stay. Yeah? But then I don't want a sound then, okay? No disturbance. If disturbance, then you go watch a movie. It's a good punishment. I like this punishment. Okay? Who's going to make disturbance? No disturbance, okay? 1 hour, inshallah, we will Q&A. طيب? So volunteers, sisters, brothers, please make sure whoever's not behaving, upstairs, please. Jazakumullah khairan.
You kept it as a punishment, bro. طيب. All right. So let those a little bit older, please engage a little bit more. We're trying to basically teach you the basics of the ahkam of the Sharia related to the fiqh of fasting. So number one, what is siyam? Who can tell me what is siyam? And, tell me, yes. طيب, okay, good, mashallah. May Allah bless you, Allah barak fikum. So we said siyam linguistically means to refrain from any act, any human act. So a person could say basically, I'm going to be today fasting from, using my phone. I'm going to do a phone fast. A phone fast. Everybody should do a phone fast or an IG fast. Yeah? So this is linguistically, but from the fiqh perspective, from the shari'i perspective, the siyam has a specific meaning, which is refraining from eating, drinking, or having intimate relationships from dawn, which is fajr, until sunset, which is maghrib, yeah, with the intention of getting closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah? So, and also basically you can even add basically without, and making sure that you avoid any nullifier that breaks your siyam. So this is the technical meaning. It's a little bit sophisticated, as you can see. Takes into account everything that has to do with fasting. So refraining from three things: foods, drinks, and intimate relationships from what? From dawn to sunset. Yeah? Avoiding the nullifiers with the intention of getting closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes. Yes. To nullify the fasting. Exactly. Yeah, that one you don't have to basically kind of say, necessarily, but at least basically the other pieces. So what is the ruling of Siyam? Definitely everybody should know that Siyam has two rulings. One, which is fard, and that is during what? Ramadan. And what is the dalil for that? Is basically the ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. كتب, the word كتب means basically it's an obligation. The word كتب means basically it is a set decree from Allah that you must fast, like those nations before you, and then basically the ayat after specifies that it's Ramadan. There's other, wajib fasting. Anybody knows? Give me other wajib fasting that a person must do. Yes. That's mandub. That's sunnah. Yes. Another basically becomes fard. That's one type. Good. What else? There's one more. Yes. Kafara. So what is another? Another is basically when a person says, "Oh Allah, please help me get a job. And if you do, I'm going to fast for you 1 full week." So this 1 week becomes fard for you to fast. The kafara is basically when you break. There's two types of kafara really. Let's say it's like when you do a certain sins without really kind of specifying, or you make an oath. Then basically a kafara, something in a punishment. Let's say, like the Sheikh Hassan was saying, you go upstairs. You have to go upstairs and do some more fasting. So these are basically the types of fasting that are wajib or fard. Now we're differentiating between wajib and fard because we're speaking really here from a Hanafi perspective. The Ahnaf or the Hanafiya, which is a more proper wording for the plural of those who follow the Hanafi madhab, use the word fard for the definite fundamentals in the Sharia, that are obligatory. And then they use the word wajib for the other obligations that there is ikhtilaf upon. طيب. Let's go next, inshallah. The other types of fasting is the sunnah. So I think one brother basically already gave us one sunnah type. Give me another example of sunnah fasting. Yes. Ashura. Yes. One more. I didn't hear. Yeah, the Ayyam al-Bid, the 3 days in the middle of the month. Okay, yes. Mondays and Thursdays. Very good. What else? The fasting of Dawood alayhi salam, which is what? No, but what is it? Define it for me. Which is the fasting every other day. Yeah, so that's also a sunnah. Perfect. Yes. 6 days of Shawwal. Perfect. MashaAllah. Very good. Sisters, anybody? I guess like they're too far. I can't see if somebody's putting their hands. SubhanAllah. Maybe somebody should help me. Go ahead. Noha, can you help me with the sisters raising their hands? Or anybody from the sisters? Yom Arafah, okay, perfect. Anybody else? Go ahead. Anybody? Oh, right here. I'm looking for the sisters now. Go ahead. I didn't hear you. The Hajj, yeah, definitely. Perfect. Yes. In Sha'ban, okay, perfect. Though all this, like the great examples, all these are examples of fasting that is sunnah. Good stuff. طيب. Now, one of the pieces in the definition that we have set is the intention. There's two hadith about intention. The Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam told us in a hadith that was narrated by Hafsa radiallahu anha that whoever does not, do the niyyah, yeah, يعقد النية, meaning basically to set his intention for fasting before Fajr. لا صيام له. There is no fasting that is valid for him. And there's another hadith from Aisha radiallahu anha says basically one day the Rasulullah came to the house in the middle of the day. Yani asked Aisha, is there any food? She's like, no. He's like, okay, well, I'm gonna continue to fast the day until Maghrib. See what I'm saying? So, yani, a person, a layman, could say, "Why this is contradictory? Do we need to make intention, or we don't need to make an intention?" Or maybe the better question: should we make an intention before Fajr, or can we make intention any time in the day? What do people think? Say again. That's another complication. We're gonna get to it next, inshallah. So, what do you guys think? Yes. MashaAllah, we have a scholar here. Alhamdulillah. And that is definitely the quick answer that the ulama have said, that the niyyah is needed before Fajr for the obligatory fasting. Anything that's wajib, you must do the niyyah before Fajr. But the sunnah, yani even if you come 10 minutes before Maghrib and you have never eaten anything or drank anything during the whole day, and you say, oh, there's only 10 more minutes, should I eat or should I wait? You could actually say, I'm just going to wait for 10 more minutes and make niyyah for siyam, and that will be counted as a day. Even though it's only 10 minutes, subhanAllah. See what I'm saying? So some of the brothers and sisters maybe who have, night shifts, they might sleep until almost after Asr, maybe 1 more hour, 2 more hours. You wait for a little bit, you get a siyam. See what I'm saying? Have a late breakfast. Yeah? So this is the niyyah. Let's now discuss what the brother just told us. There is a madhab that speaks about the niyyah being okay at the beginning of the month only. So khalas, you make the niyyah for the whole Ramadan from the beginning, khalas, that's it. You don't need to do any niyyah anymore. You just keep fasting. Which madhab do you know? Shafi'i? No, good guess. Actually, the Shafi'iyya are very strict in everything. So if you want to guess, the Shafi'iyya are the hardest. So they will not allow such a thing. Yes? Hanbali. Hanbalis are easygoing also, but they're also, they become close to the Shafi'iyya in some of the ibadat issues. A little bit, Yes, the Maliki. We finished all the madhahib, Imam Malik says you can basically do the niyyah before the whole month and it's fine. But all the other three madhahib have disagreed. So what is the proper opinion? The proper opinion is that it is not allowed to have a niyyah for multiple ibadat at once. You need a niyyah per ibadah. You need a niyyah per ibadah. And since the ibadah is one single day, you need a niyyah for every day. See what I'm saying? Now, to support the Maliki madhab, you could basically have niyyat all together. It's like basically building a stack. You know, you can do 30 niyyah right now. I make niyyah for all the three. You know, is it before Fajr? Before Fajr. Is it right? So this is like a trick. You know. If you intend to fast every day of Ramadan, you intend to fast every day of Ramadan. So technically you made really 30 niyyahs, but at one point before Ramadan. See how you mix them together in a nice. You wanted to say something? Question? For me? Okay. Wallahi, these are issues now of qiyas and discussing this niyyah in general. So we don't want to get into it basically right now. So the list for the other niyyah we already discussed. There's those two main hadith. Hadith Hafsa and Hadith Aisha are the one that discuss a niyyah. No. This is basically just the hadith. This is the hadith that basically sets a niyyah for the ibadah, for the day. See what I'm saying? And then Imam Malik basically says, look, you can do niyyah for the whole month. Because you're intending. You see, intent is just an objective that is set in the mind. So it's really more or less basically like a rational discussion really from that perspective, based upon the hadith that discuss niyyah in general. And I do not remember one hadith that discussed basically a whole month like that. So that's why the discussion becomes, how do you understand the meaning of niyyah? What is what is the exact meaning of niyyah and so forth? Can the niyyah basically be parts, multiples, all that kind of stuff becomes a discussion for the fuqaha. Yes. One more time. Yes. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So that's why basically I think it's really the same. And both of them are really saying the same thing. I think the rule is that's why there's no hadith about it. Because the Sahaba never really kind of discussed it this way. You today intending to fast every day, khalas, that's it, done. But what is not allowed is to say I'm going to fast a month, because you don't fast a month. You fast 30 days in the month. See, that's why it becomes more what linguistic differences. Lots of differences between the fuqaha are really terminology, definitions, linguistic semantics. And that's why there's not a single hadith that discusses this. Becomes too meticulous. طيب, any questions before we continue? We're going to now discuss the nullifiers. Yes. No, it does apply because, that madhab, because you're saying you're going to fast all the days. And in the day basically where you cannot fast, you drop the niyyah. And the niyyah are for free, yani. See what I'm saying? It's like you buy tickets, and then when you cannot use the ticket, you just throw it in the garbage can. You get it? Yeah, so you buy 30 tickets from the beginning. Yeah. I hope the analogy is okay. Any other questions about this? No, khalas, that's it. You forget to do the niyyah and the fajr starts, you cannot fast that day, a wajib. Who asked? Yeah. But you don't break your fast because you did not even start to fast to break it. There's no fasting. It's a tough one, huh? If you forget to make a niyyah to fast, it's done. The Fajr comes in, you cannot fast that day as a wajib. Yes?
What if I thought that Ramadan starts after tomorrow, and then I wake up the next day and, it's Ramadan today?
You cannot fast. You cannot fast the day if the Fajr have passed, period. You have yajib. That's why Hadith Hafs have the niyyah before Fajr. Whoever does not have a niyyah before Fajr, there's no fasting for him. She was clear. And she's reporting it from the Rasul, not her saying yani. رفع عن أمتي ما هو الذي رفع؟ Hmm? Huh? So you're not athim, but you have to repeat the day. See how it works? رفع عن أمتي means basically the pen was lifted in writing the sin in the three cases. الخطأ والنسيان وما استكره عليه. Mistakes, forgetfulness, and what a person was coerced to do. So there's no sin. You forgot to basically make the niyyah. Oh, subhanallah. There's no sin. Halas, that Monday you need to repeat it after Ramadan. See what I'm saying? Yes. Anytime before Fajr. No. No. Definitely the Ahnaf say basically you should, but then the stronger opinion on this issue is that the niyyah is an intention, it's a mental process, it's a cognitive position. Yeah? What is an intent? An intent is something in the mind that a person says, I want to do something. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a thought. It's an idea. It's a thought in the mind. This shows that you did, but you could just intend and do nothing. Here we go. I intend right now. See what I'm saying? Good questions. Very good questions. What else? Any from the sisters? Yes. Oh my gosh. Sisters always give me, mashallah, the toughest questions. Wallahi, akhti, basically, I would differentiate two things. Them thinking they're doing the right thing, yani based upon the teachings of their parents or whatever, and them being actually ignorant about how to fast. And I'd rather basically kind of stop a little bit, but yani, the sad reality, yes, you have to repeat the if you thought this is how you should fast, yeah, based upon, let's say, the teachings of your parents or your mother or whatever, and they taught you a hukum that's wrong, yani, I hope, I don't want to give a fatwa yani, now, I hope basically yani, you don't have to repeat it, yani, inshallah. Especially if it's like the person did it for 20 years. You know. But if the person did it was ignorant, unfortunately, ignorance does not save you from such a thing. Why? Because the Rasul said, طلب العلم فريضة على كل مسلم. It's an obligation. Like you already broke one law, you did not seek the knowledge, you messed up your ibadah, that's another sin. It's unfortunately, I don't see a way out for that person, unfortunately. There is no clear definition of intent. We just clarified it. Mm. 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 Yeah, definitely. No, this is correct. May Allah barak feek, this is correct. If the person basically did not intend to fast, for example, and just basically woke up and like, oh, I'm gonna fast, it's very far-fetched. That's what you're saying. Yeah, Allah barak feekum. This is good. Did you hear that, Ukhti? Who asked the question? Yeah, so she understood what the brother said. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I was really here basically being a very judge-like person, black and white. You give me the fatwa, you give me the su'al, I give you the fatwa. So if you did not understand the su'al yourself, it's a problem. I'm going to give you a fatwa about something else. So may Allah bless the brother. He, I think, mentioned something very important. It is very far-fetched to basically see a person who did not do niyyah. Maybe the first day of every Ramadan, maybe. Maybe the first day of every Ramadan, you forgot, sure. But the whole Ramadan is very far-fetched that, you're fasting every day and you don't have the niyyah. It just doesn't make sense. طيب, good, very good. What else? Yes, go ahead. Say again? So one more time. I got it. So التابع يأخذ حكم المتبوع, meaning basically the replacement of the fast takes the same hukum as the fast you're replacing. So if you're doing qada of a fast that's fard, then you have to have the niyyah before Fajr. If you're doing a qada of a sunnah, then basically the niyyah could be done during the day. So for Ramadan, yes, if you're doing qada of a day, you have to do the niyyah outside Ramadan for that day when you're doing the qada with the niyyah before Fajr. Very good question. Other questions? Yes? No? We're good with the niyyah now? Allah barak fikum. That's good stuff. طيب, what would break the siyam? Yes. Yeah, definitely. Eating or drinking will break the siyam, definitely. Give me a second one. Yes. Say again? I like that, not bad. Puking or vomiting intentionally will break your fast. Okay, perfect. Give me a third one, yes. A third one from the sisters. Where? Tell me. Which ones? Not bad, mashallah, very good. Okay, good. What else? Yes. Smoking, yes, definitely, it'll break your fast. Vaping will break your fast. Yes. I can't hear you. If you're bleeding, excessive bleeding, it will not break your fast. طيب, what else? Give me the stuff that will break, not things that will not break. Anybody else? One of the things basically that you forgot about is actually breaking your intention. If you break your intention, you break your fast. We just want to finish the intention discussion. If you break your intention, you break your fast. If you, in the middle of the day of Ramadan, say, Khalas, I intend to break my fast, your fast is over. Even if you didn't drink or eat or any other nullifiers. If you break your intention, yeah, and don't get so worried, It's not about basically when you're so hungry, oh my gosh, I really want to break my fast, bro. I feel like breaking my fast. This is not niyyah. A niyyah is basically where you intend, khalas, that's it, I'm not fasting anymore. When you intend that you stopped your fasting, I am stopping my fasting, I intend to stop my fasting, khalas, that's it, decided. Even if you didn't drink, eat, or whatever, you still your intention, your fasting would be broken. Anyway, again, theoretical stuff, but this is when you get to fiqh. Sometimes there's lots of theoretical, abstract stuff that doesn't really apply mostly, but it could happen. You know what I'm saying? Question? Where? Go ahead, tell me. Because the intent is when you decide in your head that you're doing something. See what I'm saying? Khalas, it's called intent. And basically when the mind is set on doing something. Now or in the future? So when you khalas say, I'm not fasting anymore. Done. And khalas, you in your head intend that I'm not fasting anymore. If you stop the fast for 1 second, khalas, the fast is broken. So that's the difference between basically, Sheikh Hassan, do you have adapter for this? USB-C. So did I answer your question, Ukhti? Perfect. Anybody else? Time. Next is definitely eating and drinking. Anytime between Maghrib and Isha, this is problematic. Okay, now what if you forget? What if you forget and eat? Does it break your fast or no? Everybody knows this, right? It's very simple. It's a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But let me make it harder. What if you forget that what if you thought, let me do it later maybe. Yeah, I'll do it now. What if you thought that the fasting ended? That the Maghrib was there. So let's say maybe 15-20 minutes before Maghrib, you thought the adhan was gone. Sometimes we have smartphones that basically do adhan and so forth. Sometimes you set it before the prayers and so forth. So you hear the adhan, you go eat. What does this do? Same thing, okay, yes. Break your fast. How old are you? 10, mashallah. Yes. Who else? Who else? Yalla. Okay. Why? You forgot. Or it was a mistake, sorry. Good. You're his father? No? Okay. Both Egyptian? طيب, anybody else? Sisters? Any sisters? Who's gonna give me a better guess? Yalla. Say again? You have to continue fasting. After you realize that you actually are mistaken, you have to continue fasting. Doesn't matter what. Whether you have to make it up, not make it up, there is sin, no sin, you have to continue fasting. Anybody else? Yes. It doesn't make sense. It's not working. Yeah, no. The brother over there and the young gentleman over here are right. That it would break your fasting, but no sin. You have to make it up. If you, by mistake, think that your fasting is done, and you go and eat, yeah, it's a mistake. رُفِعَ الْقَلَمْ عَنِ الْإِثْمِ. The pen is lifted off from writing down the sin. But you have to repeat it, unfortunately. Okay? Okay, now it's working. May Allah bless you. Say again? It's good. May Allah bless you. It's good. I'm fine. Yes. Where? Go ahead. Okay. Say again? Unfortunately, it's the same. Yeah. If you break your intention, khalas, that you stop fasting because you thought whatever, it's a problem. But most people basically is a little bit different. And again, you need to think about really what you intended. You know what I'm saying? Say again? Question? Go ahead. One more time. Yes. You have to, because out of respect for Ramadan and the Siyam. See what I'm saying? The ulama, basically, all of them said basically, but there is a little ikhtilaf there, but the majority of the ulama says you continue fasting. If you break your fast by mistake, you continue fasting for the rest of the day out of respect to Ramadan. Okay? It's very important, guys. And look, the good thing that we learned this today about this whole. So when Maghrib comes in and you hear an adhan, don't rush and eat. Say, okay, let me see. Is it really Maghrib or no? So you become a little bit more sensitive. You go and open your app. You go to the weather channel. You check the sunset there. You make sure you're in the right city. You look in the window. You do all this stuff. Okay? So it becomes a little bit. You become a little bit more sensitive. Because it's an ibadah, so you're supposed to take care of it. Okay? So it's good that we discussed it, so you're a little bit more, what? Gentle with breaking your fast. Yes. Say again? How can you do that? Unless, yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's a squared circle, basically. طيب, what else? Yeah. Where's the question? Go ahead. Yeah, so Bilal bin Rabah radiallahu anhu used to make 2 adhan for Fajr. One during Al-Fajr Al-Kadhib, which is that 20 minutes, let's say, before Fajr, 20 to 30 as you said, and one at the adhan. So يعني that's why basically some of the Sahaba radiallahu anhum, so that's why the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to tell the Sahaba radiallahu anhum, يعني if you hear Bilal and you're finishing your food, eat. Why? Because there's a difference between the 2 adhans, like 20 minutes. This is at least one interpretation. This issue has difference in opinion. This is what I believe is the proper understanding of it. The line is basically when Fajr comes in. That's when you need to stop. If you have something a little bit in your mouth and you're biting it and you're fine. But if it's a big, bite, it's a problem. Yeah. 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 Yes. Because they're all estimates, and the estimates are okay in fiqh. Why? Because al-fiqh, the sharia, is taken بغلبة الظن. It's taken meaning basically with the most likely. You don't need to be 100% certain. It's okay to basically be most likely alone. Yes. No. Yeah, so this is also another issue which we were going to discuss, but since you asked, we'll answer now. It is important to fast your days within the year, before the next Ramadan. It's important. Is it fard? No. Can you basically make up the days after the Ramadan comes? Yes. But you're going to risk forgetting how many days, you're going to risk. It's better to keep every days during that year. And the other thing is that, look, Ramadan came once a year for you to fast these days. Like the body needs it. So, no, but my answer is for both. Actually, my answer is for sisters. I'm just kidding. So it's better to basically try to finish those days within the year. It's very important to try to do that, and make it. Don't. That's why this answer, subhanallah, sometimes makes people delay. I don't like an answer that is true to give you a bad habit. That's the only worry I have. Finish the days during the year. Yes. Say one more time. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. والله يا أخي يعني look, at the end of the day basically يعني may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you rewards. This is an issue that basically there is no nas in it, there is no text. So every faqih said something. So يعني for me يعني and the best thing I heard is that you cannot basically mix one sunnah and that you cannot mix sunnah and fard together. So you're either doing the fard or you're even doing the sunnah. But another answer is like if that day you usually fast, then Allah will give you the reward for the sunnah, inshallah too. And see, it's like it becomes all speculation. I've never seen any textual evidence from the fuqaha about this, except very few minute things. يعني inshallah. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Kareem. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to say, look, I'm not going to give you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He gives the believer for the good deeds, He gives بغير حساب. But when He's going to punish you, He punishes you for your sin only. So this is the rule in Islam. That when Allah rewards, He rewards with multiples. And when He punishes exact. Not less, not more. Or at least not more, definitely. Sometimes less out of His mercy. See how it works? Any other questions? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's better basically for you to synchronize your application to your local masjid. So you make it a lifelong thing. It's better so there's no conflict. This is a very, very, subhanAllah, very irritating issue, subhanAllah. That's why, and it's all basically غلب الظن, it's all calculations, subhanAllah. And I cannot comment on this more than that. It becomes a practical issue, not a shari'i issue. subhanAllah. لأنه because of the ibadat تأخذ بالأحوط from a perspective. فأنت it's better to just stick to the timetable of your local masjid that you go to, so there's no conflict and there's no agitation. That's the best thing I can say in this issue. Allah يبارك فيك. Yes, أختي. No. As I said, basically, there's no sin. That's why I said it's only important because you might then it becomes عرضة للحرمة. Becomes basically you become يعني in a worry, of falling into sin in the future by forgetting the days and so forth. So there's no sin. If you, let's say a sister was pregnant, for example, she couldn't fast the whole year, and she had to take those days to the next, there's no problem at all. Inshallah. Yes. If you die before finishing the fast, not good. Not good at all. But there is some opinion that says your children could fast them on your behalf. So make sure somebody knows. Baba, I have 25 days, or 300 days. It's part of the inheritance. You inherit the $100,000 and you fast 300 days. No thanks, I don't want the $100,000. Yeah, go ahead. Wallahi, the good news about Saskatoon is I heard that everybody fasts together. Or this has stopped, became the sunnah over here. Yeah. Yeah, may Allah unite the Muslimin. The unity of the Muslimin is very important. The unity of the Muslimin is very important. And if all the masajid can elect one sheikh to make the decision, is better. I can tell you my opinion about the different opinions about Siyam. Okay? The Shari'i opinions that are classical in nature from the past are the following. Local moon sighting. But local moon sighting, basically the fuqaha have said that it cannot be a city. It has to be a region. It has to be a region. So even that today doesn't apply because of the communication systems and how, quick news go from one city to another and all the technology and so forth. Local moon sighting is one of the most problematic opinions in today's world. Okay? Because subhanAllah, what happens is two masjids in let's say 1 hour drive, one fasts, one doesn't fast, based upon moon sighting. What is your locality? Is it basically Saskatoon? Or is it Saskatchewan? Or is it Western Canada? What is it? So it becomes a problem. But it's a classical opinion. I believe it's very weak, but it's a classical opinion we respect. We have to respect. The second one is the global moon sighting. One Earth, one moon, one 24-hour day on Earth, one rotation. So either the moon is seen or the moon is not seen. Everybody fasts on that. This is beautiful, easy. But unfortunately, there's always people making trouble. There's two other opinions that are calculation-based. One is you calculate the actual birth of the moon, which is the astronomical calculations from NASA about the moon phases. Again, this is a classical opinion for a very few minority of scholars back in the old times. And this one, even though basically, I would say it's there. And if you want to use calculation, if you're convinced of the opinion, this is the one you should follow. This is, I believe, is a Shari'i opinion. The only opinion that I believe is not even Shari'i, is not a valid ijtihad, and may Allah forgive those who tried to basically do it, is the calculation about the estimation of when you can see the moon. This is problematic. Because it's as if basically two hukum shari'is, you're trying to mix them. It's not salad, It's not like, we don't just mix things. Either you go by the calculation, khalas, follow the calculation. Calculation will also solve everything. Global moon sighting will also solve everything. Well, not all the time. Because unfortunately, some people will claim to see the moon, and then the difference in opinion comes in, do we reject his witnessing account or not? Like what happened last year. Last year, I personally was one of the mashayikh that rejected the moon sighting that happened in a couple of nations, based upon that it is impossible to see the moon from a calculation perspective. Because the deen becomes a game, some dudes in whatever, I saw the moon. So you seen what, Habibi? Where is the evidence that you saw? Our calculation says that you cannot see it from here. Oh, but I witnessed. Witnessed what? Witnessed what? It's as if I'm saying, what's your name, Akhi? Muhammad. I'm saying, oh, I saw Muhammad yesterday at Walmart. But Habibi, Muhammad was in Toronto. Here's the ticket, he has pictures there. No, but I saw Muhammad. You have to believe me. It's a reflection of Muhammad that went through the clouds and came to me. Becomes hadayan bil Arabi. From these four opinions, I can tell you basically, the local moon sighting is problematic, even though it's Shari'i. So if people want to adopt it, you have to respect it. The last one is very problematic. But the calculation one is fine if you want to set calculation based upon the moon phase. This is very good. It's very stable, and you can, you know basically the next 1,000 Ramadans, when is it? By the picoseconds. It's just physics. The only thing is basically the super majority of the scholars of all time because of one hadith in Bukhari. There's one hadith that not many people actually quote as much. Yeah, most people quote "Sumu li ru'yatihi wa aftiru li ru'yatihi." If this is the only hadith that we have, calculation would be easy, okay, for everybody. I would think basically there would have been ijma' by all the scholars of all the madhahib that calculation becomes fard. Fard becomes fard actually. Why? Because it's easy from this Arabic text to infer that the intent is to find Ramadan only. It's easy. See, this is when the faqih comes into the game. This is when basically you need to understand usul al-fiqh and to understand دلائل الألفاظ ومعاني الألفاظ العربية. All this becomes into the game. The hadith I'm referring to is لا تصوموا إلا لرؤيته ولا تفطروا إلا لرؤيته. Becomes negation. And أصبح أسلوب الحصر والقصر. And that means basically there's only, Rasul is saying you should only follow moon sighting for fasting Ramadan. That's what he's saying. Saying nothing else. Calculation or not calculation. So this is that's why the vast majority of the fuqaha of the four madhahib throughout the last 1400 years have said you must see it. And that's why basically, because people know this, who love calculation, they're like, okay, can we estimate the moon sighting itself? I'm like, Habibi, Rasul said, see it. Don't go estimate seeing it. Seeing it is one thing, and estimating that people could see it is another thing. And that's why I believe this last fatwa is not valid shar'iyyan, haqiqatan. I think I gave too much detail, huh? As you can see, this is a full research, yani. But I think if the masajid here basically agree to have one of the fuqaha in the city to decide, they can discuss, and the fuqaha, if you have a fiqh council, discuss the evidences of each and blah blah يعني وما يترتب على هذا وما يترتب على ذاك. We choose one opinion, choose a leader, let the leader choose, everybody follows the leader وخلصنا. الله يبارك فيكم ويوحد يعني كلمة المسلمين. Any other questions? Where is that? So can somebody like point at people? Because there's many and I don't know which one is first. Who is that? Go ahead, sisters. Tell me. You have to raise your voice just a little bit. Yeah. Unfortunately, you have to repeat your fast. You know, unfortunately. Yeah, but Allah subhanahu will reward you, inshallah. Yani. Yes. It is not encouraged, actually, to fast the day before Ramadan. Yes. Go ahead. Yeah. So this is one of the things we were going to learn about later. But yes, since you asked, what would nullify your fasting is the food or the material going down your throat. If it passes your halq downwards, you break your fast. Whether it's a solid material, liquid material, or even the spray material. As long as the material passes through the throat, إذا الجوف, it becomes من المفطرات. Anybody else? Questions, sisters? Yes, brother. You forgot. Go ahead. You can eat gum if the gum has any material that's soluble that could basically, like if it has sugar, definitely it will be haram, right? I'm not a person that eats gum, so I don't know if there's gum that doesn't have anything that would basically melt in your mouth. anything from the gum that goes into your throat will nullify your fasting. So I personally would say basically min bab sadd al-dhara'i', so you don't basically break your fast, is gum would be actually impermissible to do. يعني لا يجوز. Good question though. Anybody else? Sisters? Go ahead, أختي. You have to raise your voice just a little bit, or maybe if we can get a microphone for the back. How much do you have to do what? Oh, pay. So yeah, payment is look first. Let's get to it. We're gonna get to it. Then I guess I'm gonna answer. Get to it and answer. How much time do we have? We have 2 minutes. Let me answer quickly. If you are sick, the first question is the following: do you have the ability in the future to refast those days? If you have the ability, yeah, you have to fast. You don't pay anything. You understand, sister? But if you cannot fast, let's say because you have a disease that is perpetual, that's when you have to basically pay kafara. Yes. Injections. What type of injections? Uh-oh. Yeah, so if you're injecting something into the bloodstream, yeah, if you're injecting something in your bloodstream, that's not going to get to your stomach or your intestines or your lung, yeah? These three mainly these three, then it does not break your fast. Should I repeat it one more time? If you are doing an injection, like a vaccine in your arm, or you're taking blood out for a blood test, or what else? Injections. Or even basically, what's it called? An IV, what's it called? But in your bloodstream, that does not go into your intestines or your lungs or your stomach, that does not break your fast. Oh, no, there's no problem. So being on IV all day, 24/7 is fine. Yeah. So if you have what? Then you do not have to fast. Yeah, you fast as much as you want, and then you can pay for the rest. Yeah, then he pays money. He pays the kafara. But no, if he cannot remember the niyyah, it becomes perpetual. Yeah, I think again, like I answered, like the other sister and the brother over here helped me out a little bit. Sometimes we ask the question in a theoretical way that doesn't really apply to reality. I think everybody should have somebody to help them. And he can use an alarm. He can use his daughter calling him. His son comes and check upon him. And it becomes, you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's no other way, and you're telling me, "Khalas, this is the case," what should I say? He cannot fast. He's gonna always forget. He has Alzheimer's. You know what I'm saying? And that's why the faqih needs to understand the situation before the fatwa. Allah barik fik. Yes. Say again. How much do you get to pay? You can't forget to pay. You have to. It's a fard. You forget to eat. How much do you pay? I think the sister asked. It's what you would feed a person from the medium type of meal, which is in this day and age usually gets calculated at 15 Canadian dollars. But ask your masjid, so I don't give numbers that are different from what the masjid, your local masjid is saying. So they say 20s, 20s, 12, 12, 10, 10. Whatever. Ask your local masjid what is the kafara. Imam, are we going to take a break or what is the? Because the hour is over. Yeah, are there questions? Oh, go ahead. Yell at me. Go ahead. It's, unfortunately, you have to repeat the day without ithim, without sin. Yes. Yeah. Be careful with your. Yeah. 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 We will discuss this, we'll discuss it, but actually, no. The kafara is only for intimate relationships. The stronger opinion about the eating on purpose or the drinking on purpose is that only Allah can forgive you. There's no kafara for it. It's so big of a sin, there's no kafara for it. Say again? The ulama differed. But I would say basically, yes, you have to make up the day, but you still have the sin. The sin is so big, it's still there. So there's no kafara for intentional breaking of your siyam if you do it through food and water. And definitely, it's different if a person felt that he's fainting or dying or he cannot make it or. But just intentional, just being bothered or being angry at the siyam or whatever it is, it's a big, huge sin. Yes. Go ahead, sister. Just tell me which one. Go ahead. You call out, Shana. Yes. Per day, yeah. طيب, can we take a break, inshallah? How long is the break? 10 minutes break and we'll continue.
Yeah, and the 10 minutes break, the sisters, if you guys want to go downstairs, do you want to do the raffle right now?
Yeah, so we'll do the medium raffle now. We did the small, right? We'll do the medium one and then the large one. And then we'll go for a break. So raffle and a few questions for chocolates. Then a 10-minute break, then we'll be back to finish it. So don't go. Wait, where are you going? No one wants the raffle?
All right, guys. Do you guys want to hear the number? Okay, then stay quiet so I can say it. Okay. I believe this is the brother's side. So the number is, for the medium gift, 147035. 147035. Anyone? 147305. 035. 147035. No one? We might need to grab another one if green. The green bucket. Okay. So there is no this number, so we grab another one. Okay. So the other number is 147033. You? Okay, congratulations. Do you want to give him the medium gift?
Check his ticket.
Can I see the ticket? Jazakallahu khair. Okay. There you go, bro. Good job. You can find out. Okay, for the sisters, All right, for the sisters, the number is 147021. Who is it? You? Okay. You can stay. We'll give it to you at the end, inshallah. Hmm? Yes, inshallah. So the number is 147021. Jazakallah khair. And then
Now we can go for the break. If the sisters want to go downstairs using that door, there's a bazaar, and you guys can check some stuff out. All the proceeds go to the masjid, so please make sure to buy something.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Okay, listen. We're gonna be back at what time? 6:27. Okay? Come back. There's a few more things to discuss, fiqh fasting, and then I have some really good announcements, like amazing announcements at the end, and we'll do the big raffle at the end, and then we'll do an even bigger Maghrib Salah, okay? See you guys at 6:27. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah. Sisters, you can go downstairs, inshallah, please. All the sisters go downstairs. Brothers, come to the front. Brothers, come to the front. And the sisters, please go downstairs, inshallah. And then come back at 6:27, please. Sisters, empty the prayer hall, sisters. Sisters, empty the prayer hall, please. Brothers want to run around for 10 minutes, so let them. Sisters, empty the prayer hall, inshallah. Downstairs for 10 minutes, and then you can come back. Ya Nisa al-Mu'minin. Can you guys empty the prayer hall, please, inshallah? Inshallah. May Allah bless you guys. 10 minutes, you can come back. Jazakallahu khairah. Jazakunna Allahu khairah. I know everyone loves the house of Allah and you want to stay in the musalla, but inshallah 10 minutes in the basement. Jazakumullah khair.
Assalamu alaikum. Can I get everybody to come upstairs? Sit down. Sisters, you guys can come upstairs. Brother, can you all have a seat? Okay. Brothers, come to the front, brothers. Sisters, just wait 1 second while the brothers take a seat. Brothers, come forward.
Keep the mic here. Brothers, please come to the stage, inshallah. Everybody move forward.
Brothers, have a seat. Sisters, you guys should be good to come forward now. Sisters can come upstairs and come forward, inshallah. Sisters, you guys can make your way up, inshallah. We'll start soon. There's 2 kids at the back. Brothers. Why are you so quiet? Sisters, you guys can come upstairs, inshallah.
Psycho? All right. Now I'm closer to everybody. Okay, let's continue with the questions, inshallah. Yes. You forgot? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. If you, how old are you? Yeah. How old are you? Yeah, if you're 10, it's okay. Inshallah. Go ahead. Uh-huh. This was for the kids under age. Can they do half day fasting? Like 1-to-1, basically. Can you just raise your voice just a little bit? Yeah. So if you don't let the toothpaste get swallowed, yes, you can. And I think you should. You should either brush your teeth every day or use the miswak every day. So while fasting, you can use the miswak. There's no problem. Say again? But no, you wash as much as you can and khalas. You know what I'm saying? Just don't swallow anything and that's it. Yes. I can't hear you. If you can do it before يعني during suhoor and after Maghrib is good. Any other questions? No. You always need niyyah to fast. Any sisters' questions? Where is it? Go ahead. Just raise your voice. Guys, let's keep it down, inshallah. Assalamualaikum. Okay, let's just wait a little bit. Everybody, guys, who wants to go upstairs? Go ahead.
That's so quiet. Just one. I know all the events that we have done so far have been fun, which is good. But this event is different. This is fiqh. This is knowledge. You have to be serious, and you have to pay attention, and to not just to the questions, also answers, inshallah. So let's pay attention, okay? And if you're not quiet, you can have fun upstairs, but not here. طيب? Understand that, inshallah, everybody? No fun here now. Right now, no fun. For half an hour, it's knowledge. Imam Malik used to have a prison with a bodyguard. If you talk, you go into that prison for a day, 2 days. So no fun. Knowledge is serious, okay? Inshallah. Yes, you can buy that book actually, if you can afford it. But the bookstore will tell you about it, inshallah. Downstairs is a bookstore. You can speak to them about it, inshallah. It's around $30 or something, Stories of the Prophets. But if you want to borrow it, you can do it, but return it before Ramadan begins. Return it before beginning of Ramadan, inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
Okay, go ahead, sister. Sister? Oh, yeah? I was zoned out. Any other sister question? No sister questions. A brother question. Yes. What's it? So he asked this question earlier. You should have been listening. You have to repeat the day of fasting. If you swallow water while you're doing wudu, but there is no sin. Yes. Yeah, we can continue, inshallah. Yes. Don't swallow it. No, taste is in the tongue. Taste is not in your throat. So just gargle and just make sure it doesn't go in. Yes. Yes. Anybody else? Time. Let's continue a little bit, inshallah. The brothers over here, inshallah, they're going to join us in the fiqh or no? Yeah, planning. Behind my back? You're planning behind my back. طيب. So for the sisters, during Ramadan, and if we discuss this just so we make sure that it's understood for everybody. When they go into their period, they have to repeat the days of fasting. Okay? But they don't have to do their prayers. The prayers are not repeated. The fasting is repeated. And Aisha radiallahu anha was asked, like, why is this like difference between prayers and fasting? So she said very simply, Allah ordered us to repeat this, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered us not to repeat this, and that's it. So it is up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we discussed the vomiting. Vomiting intentionally, you have to basically, you have to do qada. But vomiting unintentionally, you continue your fast. If you vomit unintentionally, it doesn't break your fast. You continue with the fasting. Now, the intimate relationship, if you fall into that during Ramadan, that's where the kafara comes into the game. What is the kafara? Who knows? 60 what? 60 days? No? Huh? Ah, got it. He knows. 60 consecutive days of fasting. So if you cannot do it has to be consecutive. If you do 59 and you break it, you have to repeat from the beginning. This is disaster. So it have to be 60 consecutive days. Yes. Yeah, definitely. Because, bro, you have to fast Ramadan. Yes. Yes. It's not going to be 24. It's going to be 23. Yeah. Yes. Yes. No, Eid, you're not supposed to be fasting. Eid, you're not supposed to be fasting. Anybody else? Then you just basically, wallahi, this is a good question. We get us males teachers, we get all these crazy questions that we're not very familiar with. Wallah, let me check this one for you. But definitely, I would say basically, you break and you continue. 60 with the with the days off. Inshallah. But if you want a more confirmed answer, you can get in touch with me again, inshallah. بإذن الله. Any other questions? Fine. Yes. No, same as the question to Aisha, because Allah said so. May Allah bless you. Okay, we already spoke about the what's it called, the inhalers and so forth. Anything you inhale through your mouth or through your nose that is vapor, that has like mist to it, goes into the throat. So this is very important. It has to go through the throat. If it goes through the throat into the lungs, then breaks fast. If it's local, if you can keep it in your nose and it doesn't go backwards, it doesn't break your fast. Yes. Sugars and stuff. Hmm? But if it's only a smell, it's fine. If there's vapor to it, vapor, mist, it'll be problematic. So any small micro solid particles or micro liquid particles, yeah, that enters the throat and further, it will break your fast. If it's only a smell, like the flowers, it does not break your fasting. Yes. One more time. A smoke intentionally, yes. Yeah. Inhaling smoke intentionally will break your fast. Yes. A micro what? Look, see, you have to do it intentionally. If you're taking this mist, say again. You can ask your doctor if you don't know what happens. Ask your doctor what happens with this medicine. Does it go in? Does it go out? Ask somebody expert. They'll tell you. Any sister questions? No questions? Go ahead. Tasting food only? This question was asked earlier, twice. This is the third time. So you're not listening, sisters. So tasting food, as long as it doesn't go below the throat or further down the throat, it does not break your fast. You can taste as much as you can. Make sure your food tastes very well and the salt is good and so forth. Inshallah. Any other questions? Any questions? Yes. Yeah, that's fine. You treat it like anything else in life. طيب, let's go more issues. How much time do we have, Sheikh Hassan? To 7 o'clock. Earlier. Oh yeah? Why? What time is Maghrib? Oh, 7:06. I thought it was 7:30. Okay. طيب, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So if somebody is traveling, like me, let's say I was in Ramadan, do I need to fast or do I have to fast or no? So you could fast. You could fast. We have a faqih now. MashaAllah. What's your name? Abdullah, may Allah bless you. So Abdullah said one of the opinions of the madhahib that it is better to fast. But the ulama differed. Some other ulama said it's better not to fast. And other ulama said basically it's better to do what's better. That's Imam Ahmad. It was better for you. Whatever you like. So you listen to this or no? This is real fiqh. So the ulama on the issue of fasting during travel or during sickness is as follow. Some said like Abdullah said, Sheikh Abdullah, says it's better to fast. Yeah? Why? Because there's dalil. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. طيب. Others said no. It's better not to fast. Why? Because it's رخصة. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الله يحب أن تؤتى رخصه كما يحب أن تؤتى إيش عزائمه. This is the other madhab. The third madhab is, which I think is the best in this mas'ala. يعني. Guys, are you with me? You're not with me. You're planning in front of me. These guys are planning behind my back. You're planning in front of my face. So the third madhab is that what's best is to do what's best. Meaning, if it's comfortable for you right now to fast, and you'd rather fast now because you don't want to make it up, you're going to be busy, let's say. You'd rather fast now, it's better to fast now. And if you get tired and it's going to be a hardship, then it's better not to fast. So it's better to do what's better for you. Okay, so the first better is absolute, the second better is relative. It's better to do what's better. Yes? No, I can't hear you. You can do what on your feet? So we're doing fiqh al-fasting, not fiqh al-salah. Come next week, inshallah. I'm just kidding. I'll answer it even though it's outside the topic. It's not about outside. It's about basically, did you wear your socks on a wudu? Did you wear your socks on wudu? No? No. So answer me, yes or no? If no, Hmm? Do you know the shurut? Do you know the conditions? For you to do masah on your socks, you have to wear the socks on a wudu. If you don't have wudu in the first place, and you put your socks on, you cannot do wudu on them. You have to take them off. Okay? Yeah, if you already started fasting and then you started travel, you could break it after you start your travel. No, because something you might not fast, you might not travel. Yeah, very good. Any other questions? Go ahead. طيب, now you think about your question and we'll discuss later. Let's give some chance for others. How old are you? 11. Okay, tell me. You break your fast, breaking the fast is easy. You can break your fast with breaking your niyyah of fasting. But and if you don't have anything, bring something. You know, what can I tell you? Stop in the middle of the highway on a service. What do you guys call them here? Service Ontario, or in the plane. Ask for a cup of water or something. Inshallah. Yes. You have to basically follow the geographic sunset on the point that you're on. So sometimes your fast could be 5 hours. And let's say you are in Vancouver, and you go to Halifax. The difference is 4 hours, right? So if you go from Vancouver to Halifax, you skip 4 hours. So you break the fast there. If the sunset is in the middle of the plane trip, you have to break it there. So you have to estimate when is sunset while you're traveling. And if you're the other way around, unfortunately, your day is going to be very long. Exactly. See what I'm saying? Then it's better to fast going to Halifax but not coming back from Halifax. Yeah. You forgot. Let's take some sisters. Let's give some sisters. We need to give some sisters our. Any sister questions? Or sisters are planning also. Nobody's listening these days. Any sister questions? Go ahead. Wallahi, it's the paying you could pay basically, could pay, and I need to check the fuqaha what they said about that. But as I said earlier, basically some of his children could basically refast for on his behalf. Yeah, yeah. Let me get back to you inshallah on this one with Allah ta'ala, because I'm thinking basically from the inheritance you take the yani kafara. But see the issue, yeah, I guess inshallah, yes. Wallahi, ya akhi, this one, I changed my opinions on this issue multiple times. The issue here is it's hard, like on what basis are we going to estimate? Right? So there's two opinions. There's two major opinions, okay? Some opinions says there's no fast. There's no fast. Why? Because there's no sunrise and there's no sunset. And one says basically you estimate based upon the closest city that you live by, which is, it's a problem because it's not real. So which city are you choosing? Why are you choosing the closest? Why don't you choose Mecca, for example? So choosing Mecca versus choosing the closest city, these are the other opinions in terms of estimation. I would say estimation is a good thing. And the hadith comes from hadith al-Dajjal, which is that's what the ulama they use. But which city, I personally, I don't have an opinion on that. I'm not convinced of any yet. Like they're equal. Yes. Sunnah, you mean sunnah fasting? I didn't hear the last thing you said. Yeah, you don't. Suhoor is only sunnah. The poor person can also fast, even if he does not. Like, did he do iftar or no? This is why basically the Muslimin comes into the game. We need to feed them instead of like asking about their behalf. Inshallah. Mm. 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 I can't understand the question a little bit. So you're going to Australia? To Australia. Mm. 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 Are you sure if we go backwards this was going to happen? Are you sure? Yeah, but he's saying the sun never sets. I'm assuming. Mm. But you said basically you started before sunset. So انت طلعت على الساعة 5 هناك. المغرب الساعة 6. طيب. So the sun is still up. When you go backwards, what happens? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This cannot happen. No, but I think maybe you mistaken something. But see, when you're going backwards, so let's say we're now 7:30 in Saskatchewan. صح? 7 and 7:30 is Maghrib. Or let's do it real. We're leaving at 6:30, 7 is Maghrib. So you fly this way. Let's say so let's say from here to Winnipeg is how much? Half an hour flight? 1 hour? But then the Maghrib would be done by them. See what I'm saying? It's not making sense. Yeah. Because I think this is, you passed like the line of the timing. Yeah. Yeah. Japan to California. See, this is, again, the Japan to California, maybe I need to think about it. But if you're going from Saskatchewan backwards, what you described should not happen. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you should have told me this, because like I was thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not that. طيب. So no. This one you estimate. Yeah, because we already said we estimate. Yeah. A good question, inshallah. Yes. طيب, we only have 2 minutes, or we're done. We have lots of to cover, subhanAllah. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, let me give some important stuff. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, you don't have to, if you're worried about your baby or you're worried about yourself. Yeah? You don't have to fast. Okay? If you're breastfeeding, you have to really, there's a little bit of difference between them, yani. I'm going to read the hadith for you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has written off half of the prayer of the traveler and fasting of the traveler, pregnant and breastfeeding women. And Anas radiallahu anhu basically allowed pregnant women that is worried to herself and the breastfeeding woman worried about the baby to break their fast. So if you're breastfeeding and you're worried about your baby, you have a reason to break your fast. Okay? And if you're pregnant and you're worried about yourself, then basically also you can break your fast. Okay? Does she have to feed a poor person? No. In the Hanafi fiqh. Does she have to feed a poor person on the other madhahib? Yes. Maliki, Shafi'i and Hanbali. Okay? The correct opinion is no. You don't have to pay anything. Just repeat your day. Okay? Very few things. If you want to cool yourself on a hot day and spill over water on your head, that doesn't break your fasting. Brushing your teeth, we already said it. Putting kuhl in your eyes doesn't matter. Tasting food is fine. Doing hijama does not break your fast. Okay? And doing sins in Ramadan, does it break your fast? Yes or no? Yes? No, it doesn't. You just get a sin for doing sin. So if it's not from the mufattirat, then it's not. Yalla, may Allah bless you. Barakallah fikum, jazakumullah khair. And may Allah accept, inshaAllah.
After Salah, I can ask him, inshallah. Okay, tickets. You guys can pick the last one.
All right, everyone. So before we pick up the tickets, we gave for the men, we gave the first gift and the second gift. Who got the first two gifts? Raise your hand if you got them. We gave the sister's gift to the brothers and the brothers' gift to the sisters. So can we switch it? Yes.
I think you got a Barbie doll.
Who else got the second gift? The cup. Oh, this is the cup. Okay. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing.
It's a cup with a gift card inside it. Can you guys sit down? Have a seat.
Okay.
Everybody have a seat.
Oh yeah.
Inshallah.
All right. So now we'll be doing the last gift, or okay. So we will start with the brothers first.
The number is 147070. Nobody. Should I repeat it? 147070. Let's move on to our next number then.
Wow.
Nobody, eh? I think they left. They were they got bored of the lecture.
Show them the gift. Oh, is that the one, the big one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. That looks like it's the sisters. Next one, let's go. We don't have time.
Okay. Next number is 147067.
Abdullah.
Abdullah, mashallah.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
Actually, yeah.
That's for the brothers? MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. How about the sisters? Guys, hurry up.
Okay, we'll do another one. 147064.
For the sisters, 147064.
Let's try another one for the sister side. 147105. 147105. Another one for the sisters then. Until they get. Yeah, this is the sisters. How about 236639?
What happened to the sisters? Okay, next one. Wait, they got it.
Oh.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Give them the prize, inshallah.
Okay. Should I just keep going to the. I think we have.
Are they done?
No. That's just sisters. We have the brother one, the big one. We have one brother, one sisters left, right?
Guys, can you guys relax? It's not going anywhere.
39, perfect. Yeah. You can give it this.
Okay, khalas. Last one.
Yes. There's two more. One for the brothers, one for the sisters.
One second. One second, guys. We're not gonna do any more raffle if we're not gonna be respectful. Yeah, just wait just a little bit. Let everybody get their prizes. They're all waiting patiently. Can you finish quickly, please? We're taking too long.
Other side, 147009. 009?
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Okay, that's a medium gift.
That's it? Done? One more. Okay, so last one for the sister side. 147115. 147115. I'll go to the next one. 236653. 236653. That hand? Yeah.
Maybe someone's online. No.
No way. It is, I know. This is sister side. 147038. No way.
No. Next one.
Yeah. 147041. 147037. There, perfect.
Okay, we got one. Okay.
That's the
طيب.
last one. That's the last one.
خلاص. Give it to your sister Bilal to give it to the sisters. Okay, I have a few announcements and then we'll do Salat al-Maghrib inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'll wait for everybody to calm down. This is very exciting stuff. Ya shabab. Last few minutes inshallah. The announcements that I have are quite a few in introducing the month of Ramadan. So we have lots of things happening in the month of Ramadan. We have Taraweeh every single day. Laugh, guys, come on. Of course, you have Taraweeh. طيب. We have Taraweeh every day. And last year we did Taraweeh differently, where we didn't do a khatma in the Taraweeh itself. We did 15, that it was kind of mixed with Taraweeh and Tahajjud, right? So this year, Taraweeh will have his own khatma, like the whole Taraweeh will finish the Quran, inshallah. And then the Tahajjud will start from the 15th of Ramadan, bidhnillahi ta'ala azza wa jal. And every day after 4, we'll start the Quran in Salat al-Isha. We're not going to start it from the beginning of Taraweeh. So Isha will start like that. So we cover more time, inshallah. So we can read slow and enjoy it and not go like 1 o'clock at night. So next thing is that we're going to have tafsir every single day of not the parts that we're reading. This Ramadan we're launching tafsir. So we're going to start it in Ramadan and we're going to continue after Ramadan. And we're going to start and we're going to go in order of revelation.
So اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق قلم مزمل مدثر فاتحة like that inshallah. We're going to start in Ramadan slowly wherever we finish and then after Ramadan weekly we continue the tafsir inshallah. And in Ramadan also, this is not a promise, but very likely we're going to start adult tajweed classes because a lot of adults came and asked me for it. For the brothers, I still got to find a teacher for the sisters. When I find it, we'll advertise it inshallah. Guys, just a few minutes, please. Another thing is that we have youth night in Ramadan. So a lot of people wanted to do i'tikaf, but you have limited spots. So we have every Friday night, we'll release the calendar. There's a calendar outside with all the stuff anyway. Every Friday night, the youth above the age of grade 9, so like 12 years old, above 12, I guess, above grade 9. They get to spend the entire night in the masjid. We have Quran competition, hadith competition, and debate competition. And what they're going to do is they're going to have these competitions for 4 weeks, and they're going to have the average of them, and then winners get prizes and stuff like that. So that's happening every Friday night. So Friday iftar to Saturday morning, basically. All night they're going to have tahajjud and stuff like that, inshallah. You have to register for it, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Guys, please. So I'm really sorry, but I have to do this. The next one I have is, we have the Ramadan retreat. Ramadan retreat is like a summer camp, but in Ramadan, for only Ramadan, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Sunday. For English speaking people, and if you want an Arabic only summer camp, we have Ramadan camp. We have that from 2 to 4 or 2 to 4, I think, on Sunday. Yeah, 1 to 3. Oh, 2 to 5. Yeah, 2 to 5, inshallah. That's happening on Sundays also. Next thing, we have 2 very important announcements. Iftar sponsorship. So we have the board outside. If you're willing to sponsor an iftar for the masjid, inshallah, make sure to sign up for it. The spots are usually taken up very fast. So I think it's $1,000 per night and $1,500 for the last 10 nights. Right? That's the price. $1,000 if you want to do it per night, and $1,500 for the last 1,000. And iftar sponsorship, if you sponsor an iftar, if you feed a person who fasts, you get the whole reward of their fasting. So imagine feeding hundreds of people, inshallah. Do that, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. And this is the last one. In terms of donation to the masjid, please donate in order for us to keep on having these programs and spending and keeping up on top of our game. We need funds. We need your support. Without you guys, we can't do it. It's simple as that. If you don't support us, we can't do it anymore, kind of thing. See what I'm saying? So find it in your pockets and your wallets, inshallah, this Ramadan to help support the masjid. Our fundraising goal is 150,000. So we have a challenge, guys. Who wants an iPad? Okay, then listen up. Now you listen up. I'll tell you after Maghrib. I'll tell you very quickly. This is called the Build Da'wah Center Challenge. So here's how it goes. You have to register for it. We'll release the poster. So make sure if you're not in the group chat, join the group chat. Get your parents, ask them every day if anything posted. You have to get, it's a competition for how many people you can get to donate to the masjid. It's not specifically donations, any donations. It's $50 a month for 12 months. Okay, it's a 12-month pledge for $50. The most, whoever gets the most amount of people for that, the first prize is an iPad mini, a mini iPad. Yeah. The second prize and the third prize, we will release it in the poster, inshallah. Okay. So, yes. You guys guessed it? Okay, so go to the registration table. They'll tell you who won if you guys guessed the candy. Okay, so we'll announce all these things, inshallah. If you want to participate in the Build Da'wah Center Challenge, we're going to release the poster. Make sure you register for it, and you can win an iPad. The brothers, sisters, stay seated, inshallah. Let me tell you guys when the lobby is clear, so you can leave. Brothers from the lobby, can you come inside, or you can go in the corner so the sisters can go downstairs and upstairs, inshallah. Brothers, clear the lobby. Fahad called adhan, inshallah. Brothers, clear the lobby, inshallah. Come forward.
Yeah. There's a question from the sisters, yes. All the details will be posted in the group chat of the masjid, inshallah. The sisters, you can leave now. Yes. For 12 months. $50 a month for 12 months. Fahad called adhan. Fahad called adhan. Brothers, stay seated. Brothers, stay seated until the sisters have left, inshallah.
Suggesting raffles for the leftover cupcake boxes.
Fahad, can you call the adhan, please? Bismillah.
الله أكبر الله أكبر
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
الله أكبر الله أكبر
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
استووا اعتدلوا ترصوا